Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Ashley, would you please let me know when we have quorum and we may begin?
Yes, Ms. Rice, we are currently waiting on one more board member.
No problem. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We'll begin shortly.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to make sure I know if I have all the board members written down correctly. As of right now, I see that Ms. Rice, Ms. Crockett, Ms. Wood, Superintendent Hoffman, Mr. Swanson, and Ms. Yanoff are logged on. Any other board members? Ms. Rice, you do have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate that. Well, without further ado, on this Monday morning, I just want to thank everyone for joining me for the special board meeting of the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. I am board member Justin Rice, and I will be conducting today's meeting. Before we begin, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for joining me in the moment of silence. Aaron, will you please call roll?
Absolutely. President Lee, Vice President Close, Superintendent Hoffman.
Here.
Dr. Crockett.
Present.
Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason. Ms. Rice.
Present.
Mr. Stratton. Mr. Swanson.
Present.
Ms. Wood.
Present.
Ms. Yanoff.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Today, we do have a guest joining us that I would like to give the opportunity to introduce. Deborah Sterling, would you please introduce yourself to the group?
Hi. Good afternoon. Good morning. Can everybody see me and hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Because my screen just says roll call. Okay, my name is Deborah Sterling, and I am an Assistant Attorney General in the Education Unit at the Attorney General's office. I will be this board's independent advisor for this agenda item E, compliance matters, at this meeting. This is required because Victoria Bergen, the board's usual Assistant Attorney General, represented the board staff at the subcommittee hearing on this matter that was held May 25th, 2021. The 3 board members that participated in the subcommittee meeting heard the evidence and made the recommendation to the board on that matter. Therefore, out of fairness to the parties, those 3 board members will not participate in today's meeting. As an independent advisor, my role will be to advise you on matters specific to the considerations and actions taken at this meeting for that agenda item. That includes any advice on documents with which you have been provided. If the board wishes for me to provide legal advice appropriate for executive session, an executive session can be held upon approval of the required motion to go into executive session for legal advice. Does anybody have any questions?
Hearing none, I will thank you, Ms. Sterling, for that introduction, and we will move on with our agenda.
I will mute myself and stop the video unless someone has a question for me.
Thank you, Ms. Sterling. Before we move on to call to the public, I just want to do some quick housekeeping with our board members. Board members, please remember to stay muted. And after the agenda item, we'll allow for an open discussion and dialogue first. And then Ashley may go through roll call to see if any member has any additional comments or questions, if needed, to ensure each board member is heard. Please state your name before you speak. And the general public is viewing the meeting via live stream. So that takes care of housekeeping. We'll move on to agenda item D, call to the public. While no public comments were submitted, we did receive one request to speak at the special meeting. Emily Ann Gullickson from A for Arizona has requested to speak, and I do see her here online. So Emily Ann, if you would please unmute yourself, you may address the board.
Thank you. Members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, my name is Emily Ann Gullickson. Our address is 2801 East Camelback Road, floor 2, Phoenix 85016, and I'm speaking on behalf of A for Arizona in support of the board taking action today to revoke Victory High School's charter. Despite being one of the original charter schools in Arizona, Victory High School has failed to uphold its commitment to the state of providing a quality educational choice to its students and families. Victory's letter grade in fiscal year 2018 was an F and was ineligible due to student count to receive a letter grade the following year, followed by a 2-year letter grade freeze. Their academic performance dashboard identifies their school improvement efforts as far below, and its last academic snapshot shows that less than 2% of its students were proficient or highly proficient in English language arts, and only 4% of its students were proficient or highly proficient in math. This is simply inexcusable. 100% of neighboring high schools provide a higher quality educational opportunity than Victory High School, including schools with similar student demographics. And we know firsthand at A for Arizona that demographics do not determine destiny. And there are dozens of schools with over 90% free and reduced price lunch student populations across the state with vastly higher academic results that are also in good standing operationally. For 3 years, the school has had multiple non-compliance issues without taking immediate action to amend their behavior. The conditions for Victory High School were clearly specified through their consent agreement and over multiple years have failed to enact those changes. Most concerning is the lack of care around fingerprint clearance compliance that are in place to protect our students. There have been multiple infractions with Victory, each time taking many months to provide proof and to confirm that the charter holder is finally maintaining a safe environment for all of its students. This behavior is a blatant disregard for the trust that's bestowed by the state for providing an excellent educational opportunity to its charter students. By revoking Victory's charter today, the community and board staff actually have time to assist its remaining 20 students to find a truly high quality high school that will provide them an excellent education in the upcoming school year. Every student deserves the opportunity to succeed, and with the lack of urgency or major action on priority matters, the Victory High School team has demonstrated that they are ill-qualified to deliver. Thank you for this time.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Gullickson. I appreciate your candor. Moving on to agenda item E, compliance matters. Joanna, I believe that you have the presentation for us this morning.
I do. Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent Hoffman and board members. Today you will be considering the board subcommittee recommendation to revoke Victory High School Incorporated's charter and receive information to determine whether evidence exists that Victory High School, Inc. is in breach of one or more provisions of its fiscal year 2020 operational consent agreement and its charter contract. For the May 25th, 2021 hearing, the subcommittee was comprised of President Lee, Vice President Close, and Board Member Stratton. The charter holder was represented by Dr. Shirley Branham, Jackie Jackson, and Deborah Renee Murphy. Board staff was allotted 60 minutes to present evidence of its findings that the charter holder had breached the terms and conditions of the consent agreement. The charter holder was also provided 60 minutes to present evidence in response to the board staff's findings. The subcommittee had an opportunity to ask questions and present comments to both parties. Ultimately, the subcommittee voted to recommend revoking Victory High School's Inc.'s charter. I will first provide you an overview of the charter holder's profile and then a description of its recent historical compliance record. indicating repeated and multiple non-compliance issues of its charter, other contractual agreements with the board, and federal and state laws. Victory High School, Inc. was created on December 14, 1995 as a nonprofit corporation for educational purposes. Its current corporate members include Dr. Shirley Brenham, whom took office on September 9th of 1996 and is a founding board member, charter representative, and school principal. Jackie Jackson took office on February 26, 2000, and is also the assistant school principal. Deborah Renee Murphy, whom took office on December 16, 2015. Victory High School, Inc. was granted a charter by the board effective on September 9, 1996, and a 20-year renewal contract effective July 2011. The school, Victory High School West Campus, is located near the cross streets of Southern and 19th Avenue, serving roughly 21 students, grades 9 through 12. The charter holder's recent performance based on the board's performance frameworks demonstrate that under the academic framework in fiscal year 2017, the charter holder was not rated due to a low number of students tested. The charter holder received an F letter grade in fiscal year 2018 and therefore did not meet the board's expectations, and in fiscal year 2019 did not receive a letter grade due to not having enough students tested. And in fiscal year 20, the state did not issue any letter grades. The charter holder met the operational performance expectations for fiscal year 2017 and fiscal year 2018. However, it did not meet the expectations in fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2021. The charter holder did meet the financial performance expectations for fiscal year 2017 through fiscal year 2020. For additional information about the charter holder's profile, please see Appendix B in the meeting materials. Next, I will review the historical, legal, and contractual complaints for the past 5 years, which the board may take into consideration when deciding whether to revoke the charter. The charter's historical, legal, and contractual compliance demonstrate repeated and multiple non-compliance issues. Additionally, based on the board's comprehensive monitoring and oversight processes, this historical timeline will illustrate how often the charter holder has been monitored by board staff, providing the charter holder multiple opportunities to receive support and assistance from the board. In October 2015, board staff sent the charter holder a notification of the charter's 5-year interval review that included guidance on ensuring compliance with all terms of the contract prior to board staff's evaluation. The charter holder was required to submit information for the 3 areas of performance: academic, operational, and financial. Based on board staff review, the charter holder failed to maintain alignment to its corporate board members listed with the board and Arizona Corporation Commission. For fiscal year 2018, the charter holder received an F letter grade under the state accountability system. In lieu of revoking the charter, the board opted to enter into a letter grade consent agreement through fiscal year 2021. Upon review of the charter's board minutes approving the agreement, board staff identified several violations of the open meeting law. In fiscal year 2019, during a review of the charter holder's enrollment policies and forms in fiscal year 2019, board staff identified multiple enrollment issues in which the charter was required to update to come into compliance. Due to the charter holder receiving an F letter grade for fiscal year 2018, board staff conducted a targeted site visit in March 2019. At the time of the visit, board staff met with Dr. Brenham and Ms. Jackson. During the visit and after reviewing documentation collected at the visit, board staff identified multiple non-compliance operational issues. They were its program of instruction implemented at the school was not in alignment with the charter contract. Enrollment documentation reviewed were in violation of statutes and rules regarding enrollment practices. Appropriate fingerprinting documentation for a staff member was not provided. The school failed to provide educational and teaching background and experience for 12 instructional staff members. The charter holder failed to timely submit required documentation due to the site visit findings. And lastly, the charter holder failed to have the required teacher salary posting. In fiscal year 2019, in addition to the non-compliant operational issues identified during the targeted site visit, the charter holder failed to maintain alignment of its corporate board members listed with the board and the Arizona State Commission. It ensured its board meetings did not violate open meeting law, failed to upload student attendance information to ADE for its AZEDS report, and failed a second time in providing appropriate fingerprinting documentation for an instructional staff member. Based on the findings from the targeted site visit and non-compliance operational issues identified outside of the site visit process, Victory High School, Inc. failed to meet the board's minimum operational performance expectations for fiscal year 2019. For that reason, the charter holder was considered for disciplinary action, and in February 2020, in lieu of revoking the charter, the board entered into an operational consent agreement with the charter holder through fiscal year 2022. Pursuant to state law, charters authorized by this board are required to undergo a 5-year interval reviews. In November 2020, board staff notified the charter holder of its upcoming desk interval review and provided guidance for the charter holder to review and ensure compliance with its charter, other contractual agreements with the board, and federal and state law. It was important that the charter holder review the guidance in order to confirm it is in compliance prior to board staff's virtual site visit. On February 3rd, 2021, board staff conducted the interval desk review and identified the following non-compliance operational issues: having appropriate fingerprinting documentation of an instructional staff member, multiple agendas and minutes were not in compliance with open meeting law, enrollment documentation in violation of statutes and rules regarding enrollment practices. Its mission statement on ASBCS Online was not in alignment with the operating mission on the charter holder's website. The school was unable to provide a fire marshal's inspection report, and the charter holder failed to timely submit required documentation to the board. This last interval review of the charter resulted in the charter holder breaching the terms and provisions of the fiscal year 2020 operational consent agreement, bringing us to the reason we are meeting today. The subcommittee, at its May 25th, 2020 meeting, recommended by a unanimous vote that the board revoke the charter for Victory High School, Inc. based on the following 4 breaches of the consent agreement. First, the mission statement was not in alignment with the school's website. Second, the fingerprinting of staff and maintaining and making sure the appropriate fingerprint clearance cards were not on file. The third breach relates to the violation of open meeting laws. And lastly, the fourth breach is the charter's failure to timely submit information to the board. That's the end of my introduction. Board members, do you have any questions?
Questions for Joanna, board members? Joanna, you were very thorough. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, the charter holder has an opportunity to present to the board. Do we have members from, I do see Victory High School right there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. You may proceed with your presentation to the board.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present to you, to give me another opportunity to convince the board not to revoke Victory, but to sign a consent agreement. Victory High School has been in service with the community for 25 years, as it was stated before. We have been small all of that time for the students and the parents. Most of our students come from the schools that you say are around here that can easily pick up the 20 students that we have. But most of those students have come from there because of bullying and all of the other things that are going over there that the parents and the students are not liking. They enjoy Victory's small campus for that reason, because they are more comfortable. Victory also in that time, even though we're small, our grad rate is 95.96, and that's from 2016 to 2020. Our dropout rate is only 1.016%, and our persistent rate is 97.8%. So we are doing a good job for our families and our students that do come to Victory. We realized that at the beginning in 2019, we should have taken everything serious and went out and got a consultant service. But after the May 25th hearing, we did make a contract to extend our advantage, the company that works with us financially, where we have never had any financial problems. They will be helping us and taking over the issues and the compliance issues. I'm not quite sure if you can see that, but I will read it to you. The scope of work that they will be doing is they will do documentation and filing, the online school postings, employment requirements, school level requirements, legislative requirements, and academic system requirements. So we have taken it serious, and we are moving forward to do a better job with our operational performance. I understand that this is the second time that we have been before you because of operational performance. And each time it was a does not meet, and it's does not meet because we are currently in compliance. Each time that we have come before you, we were already in compliance. And on the day of May 25th at the hearing, I'm not quite sure if you can see this. You can get it larger, Mr. Melendez, so that we can look at. Are you able to see my screen?
No.
No, ma'am, we are unable to see your screen. So if there is something that you would like to read, that would be appreciated.
Yes, I will read it. And on May 25th, Attorney Burgeon had said that as it does not meet, the charter holder or the board has three options of disciplinary. One is withholding the 10% of the monthly state aid until we come into compliance. And once again, we are in compliance. The second thing was revoking the charter, which was the recommendation of the subcommittee. But the third thing is entering into another consent agreement. In the fiscal 2020 consent agreement, on page 12, paragraph 54, it states that if the board determines that a charter holder is not in compliance with its charter, other contractual agreements with the board, federal or state law, or AAC Title VII, Chapter 5, the board may enter into a consent agreement with the charter holder to resolve the non-compliance. And that is what we are asking the board to do, even though the subcommittee has recommended revocation. We are asking for that consent agreement. Once again, that was one of the decisions or motions to be considered during the subcommittee, and it also is written into the contract. I also have a question about the February 2020 consent agreement. On page 11, paragraph 46, it states on October 5th, 2018, the board was notified by ADE that the school was assigned a letter grade of F for fiscal year 2018. At the November 13th, 2012 board meeting, the board approved to update consent agreement to accommodate schools assigned a letter grade of F in fiscal year 2018. On March 19, 2019, the board approved and executed the consent agreement with the charter holder. The consent agreement approved and executed on March 19, 2019 is incorporated herein. And I do have a question about that. Why was it incorporated in there when it already had a date, a beginning date and an end date for the F grade? But in the consent agreement for fiscal year 2020, There is no beginning or end date. We also have planned for our 2022 school year. We have consulted with organization to help us to increase enrollment. We have partnered with Edgenuity to receive instructional support, which includes a virtual teacher that can help our students after school, concept coaching to help our teachers during school. The curriculum that we are using for our blended learning is Edgenuity, and it is a rigorous curriculum. And we will have a special ed coordinator to make sure that our special ed students are working on the work they need to in order to increase their academic. And Victory High School also plans on hiring 6 bilingual tutors from one-to-one tutoring. They are IVP fingerprinted and they are certified in their content area. So we are working to ensure that we have quality, instructional and academic performance. We have never had a problem with our financial part. And we are working with Mr. Daniel Duran at the Arizona Charter School Association to receive professional development on compliance issues and anything else that we may have. And at this time, I would like to see if there are any questions. Oh, how do I get that?
Board members, are there any questions for Victory High School? I guess I do have a question. So my primary question is that you've basically been on notice since 2018, either from ADE or from the charter board, that there have been some ongoing issues here. Why is it that you waited until May 25th of 2021 following the hearing to begin, as you put it, taking things seriously and reaching out for additional support from the Charter Association and others in order to help meet these compliance matters?
We were working under the impression that we had solved the problems because the only problems that we were having that we see have been duplicated were the open meeting law. On the fingerprint clearance, I do not see that as a violation because Mrs. Gonzalez, she did have a current fingerprint clearance card. And in our 2019 site visit or targeted visit with Miss Medina, that was not seen as a problem. Miss Gonzalez is a support staff worker and she has always worked with someone with an IVP clearance card. In 2019, we were told that is the only way we could have someone, but Mrs. Gonzalez's current IVP fingerprint card has the same number as the non-IVP fingerprint clearance card. The only difference is that it has an IVP number, and she has always been fingerprinted, and she has always been a support staff, and she has always worked with someone with a valid fingerprint clearance card. She has only worked with Mr. Zane in the math class, and she worked with me when we were delivering packets, but I was with her at the door and in the car.
Thank you, ma'am. Member Wood, did you have a question?
No, the question got asked already, so that's fine.
Thank you very much. Board members, other questions for the charter holder? All right. Hearing none, I believe we'll move forward and I will ask for a motion.
Is it possible for us to go into executive session? Is that possible?
Yes, we can certainly do that. Board members, may I have a motion to enter into executive session?
This is Janelle Wood, Board Member Wood, and I move to enter into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the board's attorney concerning this agenda item. I move to enter into executive session for the purpose of receiving, legal advice from the board's attorney concerning this item.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Thank you, Mr. Mason, for that second. Aaron, would you please call roll?
Absolutely. Superintendent Hoffman,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason,
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yanoff.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will adjourn to executive session and return following. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during executive session. We very much appreciate that. What we would like to do now that we have adjourned executive session are returning to our public session. Aaron, would you please call roll?
Absolutely, I can do that for you. Sorry, 1 second.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
All right. Superintendent Hoffman,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Mr. Mason,
Present.
Ms. Rice,
Present.
Mr. Swanson,
Present.
Ms. Wood,
Present.
Ms. Yanoff.
Here.
Everyone is present.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate that. We do have a question from Ms. Wood directed to our charter board staff. Member Wood.
Yes, thank you so much. This is Board Member Wood, and I have a question. In Victory's presentation, Ms. Jackson indicated that they had entered into a agreement or expanded their consultant agreement with their current holder that works with them in their financial end of things, and they broadened their scope. Did board staff receive a copy of that agreement that's been put in place? The other thing that I had a question on was there was mention that the charter board was going to be assisting, I believe, Daniel. Did we get documentation to support that prior to today?
Ms. Rice and Member Wood, the board staff did not receive any documentation with regard to the efforts that Victory High School has currently entered into agreements. With that being said, I want to make sure I clarify that I believe the school did indicate that they were working with the Charter Association, Daniel Duran, not board staff. That is with the Charter Association. And with regard to the financial company that they work with currently, board staff did not receive that agreement with the expansion to new services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Member Wood. Other questions for board staff or for the charter holder? All right.
I have a question for Victory.
Yes, Mr. Swanson.
Can you clarify what you specifically are doing with the association and what your relationship is with the things that you've been requesting? I'm a bit unclear.
Yes, Victory High School has been a member of the Charter School Association for 25 years. Pardon. And we have contacted Daniel Duran. We have done meetings before, webinars during this time. We have gone to the business meetings. So we did contact him to ensure that we do get all of the training so that we can sign up for it. If you need any of this documentation, I can submit it. I was unable to submit it by June 4th. When was the deadline? That's why it did not get put in. But we have made contact with them and we have spoke with him about ensuring that we do make the meetings and the webinars. He's also given us the archive link so that we could go in and do archives.
Thank you. I was under the impression that you were doing more with the association than you just stated, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any additional questions for Victory High School or for board staff?
This is Superintendent Hoffman.
Superintendent Hoffman, please.
Thank you. Board members and Victory High School. Did anyone from your school attend the Charter Association's Compliance Summit that was held last week?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, we were not informed and we were very busy trying to prepare for getting ready for the hearing. And we were uninformed about it and we did not get the notice until later. That's why we contacted Mr. Duran to ensure that we are informed of all non-compliance, open meeting, and general board activity, webinars, and conferences.
Thank you. I mean, my impression is that as a Charter Association member, that you would be on their email list, receiving those types of email notification and invitations. So that's
Yes,
my
ma'am. Yes,
comment
ma'am.
on that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman, and thank you too to Ms. Jackson. Other questions or comments from the board?
This is Carol Crockett. I have a question. I can't remember who asked it, but you were saying that you entered into an agreement with your financial services company. And
Yes, ma'am.
what was the date of that agreement?
June 6th, 2021, excuse me.
And when were you going to send that to the charter school board?
We were going to send it, but we did not have the signed contract to send on June 4th. At the end of this meeting, I can send all documentations that you are looking for, whether signed documentation with Edgenuity, with Advantage, and also the email from Mr. Duran.
But you did have documentation on the 6th of June, right?
On the 4th of June, when that was on the email, it said that all items had to be in on the 4th to give to the board.
And you signed the contract on the 6th, but you did not send a copy of the signed contract to the charter school board.
No, it was signed on June 4th. I'm being told that it was signed on June 4th.
But what prevented you from sending that documentation, I guess is what I'm asking. What prevented you from sending that signed documentation to the charter school board?
It was after close of business at 5:53 on June 4th.
All right. But even after June 4th, what stopped you from sending that to the charter school board?
We were waiting. You're telling me, I don't know. We were waiting to after this meeting, and because we did not get it in on the 4th, we wanted to ensure that the documentation was needed at that time. We were trying to send it prior to, but like I said, on the email with the information about the meeting today, it said everything needed to be in by June 4th, and the document wasn't signed to June 4th at 5:53. And then the next day, that was the next day on the 5th, was a Saturday, and then Sunday, and then today. And the meeting was at 8 o'clock in the morning, so we were going to send it at the end of the meeting.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Crockett. Are there any other questions for Victory High School or for board staff? All right. Hearing none, I'd like to thank the board members and also Victory High School for your questions and comments today. With that, board members, do I have a motion? Board members, is there further discussion that you would like to hold, either with the charter representative or additional questions for board staff?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Dr. Crockett.
And I move to adopt the recommendation of the subcommittee to revoke the charter for Victory High School based on the four breaches of the consent agreement. Is that enough?
Ashley, is that sufficient?
One moment, please.
Hi, this is Deborah.
Ms. Sterling, yes.
Okay. It would be helpful if you did a more complete motion, noting the four breaches, and it was a breach of the consent agenda. So that in the future, people can tell what exactly the motion was referring to.
This is Board Member Yanoff. I have it up. I can do it if you want me to, Carol.
All right, thank you.
All right, here we go. This is I, Rachel Yanoff, move to find that Victory High School, Inc., hereafter referred to as the charter holder, has breached the terms and conditions of its February 2020 consent agreement and has violated its charter contract and state law. The charter holder failed to comply with the terms and conditions of its February 2020 consent agreement when it did not ensure that its mission statement aligned with the mission statement, approved in its charter contract, that it maintained appropriate fingerprinting of school staff, and that its board meeting minutes and agendas complied with open meeting laws, and that it timely submitted all documentation to the board by the scheduled due date. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis under the terms and conditions of the February 2020 consent agreement to revoke the charter holder's contract. I therefore move to revoke the charter contract of Victory High School, Inc., effective 11:59 p.m. on June 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Yanoff. Do I have a second?
I'll second Carol Crockett.
Thank you, Dr. Crockett. Aaron, would you please call roll?
Superintendent Hoffman,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason,
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
I'd like to thank the subcommittee and the staff for their diligent work on this. I vote aye.
Ms. Wood,
Before I send my vote in, I just want to say, first of all, I do want to thank the staff, board staff, and the subcommittee for their thoughtful work on this. And I also want to thank Victory High School. I got a chance to meet with Dr. Branham and Ms. Jackson and Ms. Murphy on Friday, and got a chance to see your campus. And thank you so much for bringing me there and to help me understand what's going on. As I discussed with you on Friday and what I'm going to say today, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that we are here. Breaks my heart that this work that you started way back in '96 with a heart and a passion to help the community and the children in the community, that in the midst of all of that, you were not able to stay compliant with the laws of the state and the federal laws and charter board rules and regulations. And it almost seemed to me, as I spoke with you on Friday, and as I hear today, that there was somewhere along the way some unwillingness or reluctance to do your due diligence to make sure that you could stay the course and remain in position to do the work that you were called to do for these children. I'm saddened for these families, and I'm saddened for you that this had to come to this. And I'm saddened that I have to be here to say that I do concur with the rest of the board members that at this time, based on what I'm hearing, what we're seeing, the repeat patterns of noncompliance, unfortunately, I have to vote aye to revoke.
Ms. Yanoff,
I too just want to say before I vote, I I appreciate, I was down the road from the school for a long time running my school. I appreciate the years of service to students in South Phoenix, near and dear to my heart. But I also know that there are many, many schools and micropods and so many opportunities. And I hope that the work that comes next is finding every student a great and safe and wonderful place to continue their education, because I know ultimately that's what we're all here for. So given that right now it seems that this is maybe logistically just that's the place that got lost, and that is really important, and unfortunately love isn't enough. We need to make sure safety and compliance also happen. I do vote aye to revoke the charter.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, board members. Procedurally speaking, I just wanted to check in one more time with Ashley and Ms. Sterling if there are any other items that we may need to cover at this point prior to adjournment.
Hi, this is Deborah. What I would recommend is whatever usual procedure you do to notify the school of your decision, that you follow that procedure as you would others. I don't know what you actually do, but usually at the end of these kinds of hearings, you tell the charter school that you will provide them with written documentation of the decision and whatever further steps need to be followed.
Ms. Rice and board members, we will be in contact with the charter and making sure that we provide them adequate notice of the next steps in this closure process.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ashley and Ms. Sterling. All right, with that, I would like to thank everyone for meeting this morning. Unfortunately, this was not a particularly happy occasion, but I do know that everyone's hearts are certainly in the right place. With that, thank you to everyone, and we will adjourn this meeting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And board members, we will start our board retreat in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome. Board members, we are going to wait just a few minutes to allow the subcommittee members to log in.
I will. Well, good morning, board members, board staff, everyone who's here. It is 9 o'clock. I know you guys just ended your special meeting, so I want to make sure everybody's here before we get started. Or it's 9:03, I think. Actually, oh, okay, sorry. Ashley, do you see that everybody is here? I mean, I know that's what roll call is for, but I just want to make sure in case you have anybody who's asked for a little more time.
I believe we are just waiting on Vice President Close, but other than that, everyone else is here, so we can go ahead and start.
Okay,
He should be
awesome.
logging in.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so Aaron, if you could do the roll call for us, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Lee, or President Lee, sorry.
Here.
Vice President Close. Superintendent Hoffman.
Here.
Dr. Crockett.
Present.
Mr. Mason.
Present.
Ms. Rice. Mr. Stratton.
Present.
Mr. Swanson.
Here.
Ms. Wood.
Present.
Ms. Yanoff.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you so much. Just as a reminder, even though this is a retreat, this still is a meeting. And so as required by open meeting law, please refrain from engaging in conversations, texts, emails, and other forms of communication with individual board members. All questions, oh, where'd that screen go? Are you guys still?
Dan, I believe your screen just changed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, in short, I don't have the end of the recording or the end of the statement, but in short, just make sure that everything is being said on this call during this time, just like we would at a regular meeting, because this is still an open meeting. So just a reminder for board staff or for the board members. Okay, so up next, I'm super excited. I just really appreciate this piece. And again, I wish that we were physically just at your campus. We're so excited to hear from Via Montessori Phoenix. So if we have a representative from Via Montessori Phoenix at this time, you could unmute yourself, state your name, and then we're super excited to go on this virtual tour with you.
Yes, my name is Margot O'Neill. I am the charter representative for Villa Montessori School. And we spliced together some videos that we have for your viewing pleasure. And I'm very honored and grateful to be here. So I think Serena has the video to show.
Margot, if you don't have it up on your screen, yeah, I can pull it up.
Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Give me one moment.
Sure. I apologize, Serena. I misunderstood. I thought I was to send it to you and have you show it. So I apologize for not being prepared.
Let me just go ahead and share my screen.
And no problem. That is the fun of virtual tours versus in person. We appreciate you getting this together. So no problem at all.
Okay, can everyone see it?
Yes.
Beautiful.
There should be sound. Oh, darn.
Is the sound not coming through?
Not.
Hmm. Dan, do you know how to screen share with sound? Is Dan on?
This is Kathy Hoffman. You have to, there's like a box you have to check when you're sharing your screen. So I would stop sharing and then go back to share again. And then before you share, you have to go into advanced settings and there's a little box you check that says something like play audio with video or something. Hopefully that helps. We've had this problem many times. It happens all the time.
Okay, let's try this again. I clicked the box. Share screen. Okay, this should work.
Our elementary program includes Elementary 1, grades 1, 2, and 3, and Elementary 2, grades 4, 5, and 6. Children from ages 6 to 12 are in the same plane of development. What was once an absorbent, sponge-like brain when they were younger is transformed into an analytical thinking brain. Children at this age want to know the how, why, and when of everything. They also have the ability to use the power of their incredible imagination. Dr. Maria Montessori called these years the years of plenty because of the immense thirst for knowledge children display. Developmentally, the elementary child gains a sense of competency and industry and the ability to put forth earnest, steady energy. The elementary curriculum is designed with this in mind. Dr. Montessori said the only thing that will satisfy this tremendous thirst of knowledge is to give the elementary-aged child the universe. And so we do. We refer to the elementary curriculum as cosmic education. A key feature of cosmic education is the teaching of the 5 great lessons: the coming of the universe, the coming of life on earth, the coming of human beings, the story of communication, and the story of mathematics. The teachers share these as inspirational stories and presentations to awaken the child's interests and curiosity. Much of the botany, zoology, geography, and history lessons stem from these interconnected stories. In Elementary 1, children are cementing their ability to read and mastering beginning English language arts, including spelling, word analysis, and grammar. They use hands-on materials to help them with this work. Students use these skills in researching and presenting their findings to the entire class through an oral presentation on a topic of interest. In math, students are learning the 4 operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. They also explore fractions, decimals, and geometry. Students begin to go out into the community, mostly for practical trips called going outs. They might go to a library to expand their research or to a grocery store to shop for vegetables for a class snack. In Elementary 2, students are now reading to learn rather than learning to read. They also continue their study of grammar, sentence and paragraph formation, and practice different genres of writing. Their projects become more complex and include a science fair, a Great Lives fair, and an artist fair. In math, they are learning about multiples and factors, the relationship between fractions, decimals, and percents, as well as algebraic equations and geometric formulas. Elementary 2 students participate in service projects within the larger community. Some past projects involved working with rescue animals, visiting the elderly, or helping with refugee families. While all of this work is going on, a community spontaneously evolves, and students easily tune in to each other's strengths and challenges with generous support of one another.
At the middle school level, your child steps into the 3rd plane of his or her development. This is a time of rapid growth, dramatic transformation, and dissonance as the child is disappearing and the adult is gradually emerging. As a parent of a child in this plane of development, it's a time to strap on your seatbelt as it can be quite a roller coaster ride. The early adolescent is seeking social and emotional independence as they naturally begin to separate from family life and try to find their place in their greater community. Their developmental task is to create a true sense of their own identity, form a more substantial, experienced awareness of their own autonomy, and solidify their experience of interdependence. Therefore, our middle school program was designed to serve as a rite of passage from childhood to young adulthood with the goal of developing and integrating these 3 developmental tasks. Students participate in job shadow programs, service learning projects, run a school business, and are excited to establish our gardens and related entrepreneurial endeavors in the near future. Our 3 classrooms are all designed to serve the needs of the adolescent. We have a classroom specific to science, a classroom specific to social studies, and our largest classroom is designed for our reading and writing workshop curriculum. It is also the space for our daily morning community meetings. Another unique experience our middle school program offers is the Heroic Journey program. This year-long program is an adolescent rite of passage program based on the work of Joseph Campbell. The purpose of the Heroic Journey program is to recreate some of the mystery of an ancient rite of passage ceremony in modern garb, and thereby it helps students make the transition into young adulthood in a healthy and productive way. The heroic journey is designed to draw out each student's unique gifts and talents as an individual. The year opposite the heroic journey, students plan, study, research, and participate in the Model United Nations. This year-long component of the curriculum is designed to help students better understand the world they live in and recognize their place in a community and as global citizens. Every component of our program stems from our commitment to support the social, emotional, physical, cognitive, and spiritual growth of the adolescent. And we love supporting and guiding our students through this big work.
I apologize for the choppiness. When we reviewed it before we sent it to Serena, it was nice and smooth, but I hope that worked.
That was absolutely wonderful. And I say this to most of our Montessori schools that are in front of us. I'm still waiting for one to open in Gilbert, Arizona, so I can send my kids. But this is, I mean, just, it's so incredible what you guys do. And just, I mean, your campus alone is so beautiful. And you can just tell how inclusive it is and how just every corner of it is designed for the student experience. And just as an educator, as a mom, I just really appreciate what you guys are doing and what you guys are making available that's free, right? Like through charter schools, like your program, which people pay lots of money for, you know, is free. And I just commend you guys for what you're doing and how well you guys are doing it, because it truly is such a need. I wish we had more. I wish we could replicate you guys in lots of different places, but yeah, it really is incredible.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep. Board members, are there any questions?
This does not look.
I apologize. That was my son who's sitting next to me, so you guys might hear him throughout this. But
Hey, Mary Ellen.
yes, please.
Just thank you. It's good to get a view of Montessori with older kids and understanding what that is. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Member Swanson. Yes, so awesome. I was a Montessori kid, and I really makes kids love school. So appreciate what you offer. With that, if there's anything else you'd like to tell us about your program, you're more than welcome to. The video did an amazing job, so don't feel like you have to say anything else. But otherwise, we will go on to the next agenda item.
That's it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. All right, next up, we have a presentation on history and context of charter schools in Arizona by Jake, Logan, and Kelly Powell. Jake and Kelly, thank you so much for being here. We know your time is valuable, and I always just appreciate hearing from both of you guys. So with that, you guys are up. If you'll unmute yourselves at this time and present away.
And Serena, are they logged in yet?
I don't see them logged in.
Okay.
I was gonna say we may have, they may have been planning on maybe jumping on right at 9:30.
I will go ahead and message Jake.
Okay, now I can put this all the way down in the wall.
I just emailed Kelly as well in case they can hop on a little early.
Yep, I just texted.
Good job.
Ashley, we had a chance to contact them. Oh, okay, perfect.
I believe Serena emailed and I texted them.
At a normal retreat, everyone could just mingle and talk amongst themselves.
But no texting, so just talk on this.
Exactly.
That looks like lava. It's regular.
Ashley, just
Janelle,
go ahead and
this
give
is
us a
Jim
tour of your
Swanson.
home. I'm just kidding. Oh, she didn't hear me.
Hey,
Do I clear
Janelle.
my house?
Yeah, just go ahead for part of the retreat. We can just really get to know you.
Yeah, well,
Janelle, Jim
Yes.
Hey, Janelle, thank you for your thoughtful comments on that vote we took last, and thank you for visiting the school. I know how important our mission is, and the people that start charters and have created this movement and the communities they serve. And I just want you to know how much I care about those communities, and I'm pushing everywhere outside of where I can to help equity become an important part of our funding formula and help with that. So I know it's a difficult vote, and those people are hurting, and but I think we did the right thing. But thank you for your time and diligence you spent on that.
Oh, thank you, Board Member Swanson. Yeah, I get real teary-eyed when we have to see things come to an end, or anything that causes some sort of grief with people. That does concern me. But what concerns me most is what's best for our babies, and making sure all of our children in the community have everything they stand in need of. So yeah, I went by there on Friday and was glad I did, and got a chance to meet people, because I like to put a face and humanize everybody so that I can really feel what's going on. So, prayerfully, with that decision, prayerfully some other things will come out in the community to help the families. So I appreciate you saying that, and I pray that we do have more charters that really reach out to the community and really serve the community in a way that elevates everybody involved in the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. And Mary Ellen, the Charter Association is on now.
Awesome. Well, welcome, Jake and Kelly. We are so thankful that you are here presenting for us. I just always really appreciate what you guys have to say and just the data that's behind it. I think it's so powerful when you have data to just see what amazing things are happening. And so thank you again just for your guys' time, for being here. I know you guys are busy, and summer, at least for me, kind of kicks into high gear. People always think we get a break, and I know I don't, and I'm sure you guys don't either, as you're ramping up to get ready for the next school year already. But with that, I'll go ahead and let you guys take over.
Perfect. This is Jake Logan. Thank you all for having us. Very grateful for the time, and this is a great idea, I know, for the board and the charter community in general. So with that, Kelly Powell, those of you who don't know him, Kelly is our data guy here. I describe him as the best data guy in the state, but he has got a real gift for analytics and education in K-12. And so I'm going to turn it over to him, and he'll take it away.
And is it possible that that you share the screen with me? I have a couple of links that we may want to go into, and if you run the slideshow, then you will not be able to access them. So it's your call either way.
Yeah, you should have permissions to share your slides. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. If I can just find it.
There we go. All right.
Excellent. Well, thanks for having us. It was great to have the request to put together some data, because it gave us a chance to kind of reflect where we are and where we're going. So it came at a very opportune time for us. So I appreciate the opportunity to dig into some data that I usually don't dig into. And that's what we're starting with. Whoops, that's what I just went by. I need to move something so I can see my data.
Hang with us here. The little screen of you all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's here.
Kelly, if you change your view to side-by-side gallery, you'll be able to see the presentation.
That is a seasoned veteran on Zoom right there.
I hope that works.
Yeah, the problem is I'm using two computers because data guys don't want to do anything with one computer.
Yeah, that would be way too easy.
So,
can you just move it down a little more? Collapse it a little more. Hang it, stick with us, guys. 1 sec. There we go. We're in business. Okay.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I wanted to reflect on where Arizona's been, and so I went out and I just pulled our birth, death, and population statistics from 1970 up until 2020, and that's what's reflected here. You know, I entered the education system during that go-go period of constant growth up until the Great Recession. You know, the number of ADMs being born in Arizona was constant. And it topped out just about, at 2007 or so, over 100,000 students being born each year. Since the Great Recession, you can see that we've had kind of a plummet, a baby bust, if you will, in the births in Arizona. This is just Arizona data. Basically, we've dropped about a third of our births by this last year. We've decreased by a third. Going forward, this is going to be very significant to education competition, looking for students and trying to compete and provide education in Arizona. When you're growing, it's always easier to do new charter schools and all of that. The competition isn't so great. It's going to get great going forward. You just need to know that.
And if I could add one other, I think, challenge for schools, K-12 or for K-12 in general, district and charter, is that as less students go through the system every year, it will kind of, there's a long tail on that. But I think for planning purposes for schools, it's something we've just been recommending as they look, 10 years down the road, what their needs are going to be, their facilities are going to be, how many kindergarten classes versus 8th grade, something just to be mindful of for planning purposes.
The total, of course, beyond births, there's also folks moving into Arizona, and that's uncertain where that's going to go. You can see it, the dotted yellow line there. It flattens out at the end. That probably had the consequence of denying us a congressional district, perhaps, in the census, but we're not really sure where that line is going to go. That would be the second source of students, would be those moving in. But the birth rate is a pretty good approximation of the size of cohort that we expect to find. And the last thing to note is the increase in death rate, you can see at the very end, is the COVID effect. And the death rate is even more rock solid than the birth rate. That's why insurance companies make their money, because of the predictability of it until this last year.
We'll just keep going, and I don't know, Ashley, Hover, and Madam President, however you want to do it. If people want to jump in or at the end, whatever you guys want.
So,
Mr. Swanson had raised his hand before. I don't know if he still has a question, possibly.
No,
thanks. You actually asked. You answered my question. It was about people moving in from out of state, what those numbers look like, and but you said that the birth rate is a good estimate of the size of the predicted cohort that year.
Yeah, and when I did testing, I always wondered how many third graders were going to take, say, a reading test, and these numbers ring true. It was always around 70,000 to 80,000 when I was doing it. We see that it peaked out at over 100,000, and now it's going to be back down in the 70,000 again. So that's significant for this state. Here
so Jake, if it's okay with you, board members, please jump in so that way it's a dialogue and you guys can ask questions because I'm sure Jake and Kelly would appreciate that versus having to talk by themselves for the next 45 minutes. So, so yes, please, as long as you guys are okay with that, make this as interactive as possible with your questions. Yeah.
Perfect.
So here's a snapshot during those go-go years. This is 2005 compared to 2006. 2006 is higher than 2005 because, well, we're still in a growth phase. So that gap between, and this is the enrollment across all grade levels. Grade level 0 on the far left-hand side are kindergartners. Grade level 12, of course, is 12th grade. So when you see that gap like that, that's during a healthy growing time. And it's pretty consistent across the grade levels. The other thing you might want to take note of is the dotted line. That's the trend. And when it's pointing down like that, that is another sign of growth. In other words, you have more kindergartners coming in than you have 8th graders. So that downward sloping line is also a sign of more births and more growth in the state. You know, there's the very peculiar jump between 8th grade and 9th grade. I put a star there in the key. That's what I call the structural effect. In Arizona law, we define when a person leaves, enters high school by when they leave 8th grade. So when you graduate from 8th grade, you're automatically in high school. Back at this time period, 2005, 2006, we used to count students' grade levels, I believe, by the number of units they have completed. So you'd start finding high school kids piling up in 9th grade and 10th grade. And then by the time they hit 12th grade, you know, they would drop out, they would leave somehow, and you would find this dramatic drop between 9th and 12th grade. And we see that here in this.
So the challenge for the state writ large is to not have that drop off.
Right, and you'll see in the next graph that the policy has changed. So I call this a transition period. It's post-Great Recession, so it's 2011. That is the blue line, but it was also prior to, you know, the drop in birth rate starting to kick in. The second line, the orange or the goldenrod line, in 2016, it has started to kick in, and that's where you see that demographic switch, that turning point where the lines cross. It still looks fairly normal because you have the gap, that growth gap, but it is, you know, it's going to go away. You can see the trend of what I call contraction in the beginning of the curve in the lower grade levels, and then the normal growth in the higher grade levels. And also take note at the grade 12 level. So the policy changed. We started to count kids in cohorts rather than number of units completed. And we had that bump up in 12th grade. And some would attribute that perhaps to the alternative schools, to holding kids in, keeping them engaged, and not letting them drop out. So here's the curves for what I call the COVID era, comparing 2020 to 2021. In the slides, this slide and moving forward, sometimes I'll have 2021 data, and often I don't. I don't really know how to interpret 2021 yet, because it was such an odd year. We can all talk about it in our observations, but time will tell exactly what happened here. But there's been a lot made about this drop between 2020 and 2021. Very noticeable is the drop in kindergartners. And just anecdotally, we hear people talk about redshirting these kids, like, this is not a great year to start kindergarten, so we'll hold off and put them in next year. If so, then we'll have a bump up, an artificial bump up next year. But you can see between the 2 years in the elementary grades, there is a gap, and it's the wrong gap. It is like a contraction between the 2 years. But just in the K-8 grades, in the elementary grades, and then we have the area that is still not highly affected because of whatever reasons. You can see the high school grades did not really get impacted that much by COVID. I think that's probably because the demographic switch of the Great Recession has not worked their way through there yet. But it will in the next 4 years. That gap will keep moving across grade levels, and we will have fewer high school students than we did in 2020.
And I'll just add, Madam President and board members, I think this is a great place for our schools, and where they're stepping up is trying to get those kids back in school. I know Superintendent Hoffman has made it a priority from an ADE standpoint, but I keep hearing anecdotally, and I'm sure you all do too, about all the great things our schools are doing, almost like a door-to-door knocking political style campaign to make sure kids are enrolled and getting back into school come August. So I think the next 2 months in a traditional year may be kind of, okay, we had a tough year. I think this summer is a lot of work in making sure those kids are enrolled. And it's really amazing to see the dedication from our teachers and schools.
Jay, could I jump in here?
Yeah.
To just make it conversational. Because actually today is the day that we are launching a public marketing campaign. We're spending over $1 million of our ESSER federal funding. So keep an eye out for different types of advertising, both in English and Spanish. There's going to be a website and a hotline for families to use as a resource to get information about how to enroll their children in our schools. So we're really excited that that's kicking off today. And then we've also been working with the LEAs on providing student level data on which students are not enrolled in any public school, and coaching them on how to use that data. And then the governor's office dedicated federal funding to work. They created a contract with Graduation Alliance, and they're doing door-to-door for LEAs. And so that's just another avenue. So just wanted to point out that there are multiple avenues that we're working on to do everything we can as a state to encourage our families to enroll in our public schools, to celebrate our public schools, but importantly, to build that trust, to rebuild that trust with our families.
Yeah, Madam President, Superintendent, we're grateful for all AD's efforts and your coordination with all the stakeholders on the district and charter side to do everything we can.
Absolutely. Policy and action.
Yeah.
So that will hopefully stem some of this gap in the elementary grades. So part of it's COVID probably, and part of it's just demographics. But just note that the gap will continue through the high school grades in the years to come, regardless of our programs, just because the kids will not be there. We will not have that. And that's something that we'll work through our colleges as well. But the strength.
Can I?
Yes.
Sorry, it's Marianne. Can I ask a quick question? Do you guys plan on tracking online enrollment versus brick and mortar enrollment at all? Just I'd be curious about the trends for next year and kind of some years to come of what COVID kind of has done in regards to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Stay tuned in this deck, and then obviously going forward, I think everyone's wondering, is the explosion of online enrollment a one-year thing, a COVID thing? Is it more of a lasting trend? Obviously, we won't know that until, I guess, the 100-day count next year. But
with new legislation, what is counted as online, and what is actually in school, it'll be confused as well.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it shakes out.
We'll have to have a sharp pencil once we come back. Okay, Kelly, sorry.
Yeah, no. Stressing me out, Jay.
To your point, Madam President, I think this is where we are as of this year.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I think, and to your guys' point, it's going to be interesting to track and see. I agree on what is considered online, but I'm curious, just about, and I don't know that we'll even be able to have great data, for the next 5 years, right? Like that's really when you need at least, to see what the trend is. But I figured it was on your radar, but I just wanted to ask. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, what we could do, we know what AOI schools are, and we have more of those. A lot of LEAs have signed up for an AOI, and then we will have, I guess, the shadow AOI, or those that are doing kind of a hybrid or doing some flexible learning model that are not technically AOI. Those are the ones that are going to be hard to track. But here's what we do know. Looking at the October enrollment between 2020 and 2021, a lot was made of these numbers they vary from person to person. It depends on when you pull the data, but the total drop in enrollment for the state is that 34,640, or roughly 35,000 kids dropped out of the system or weren't there compared to 2020. How much of that is, the normal shrinkage of the student population, and how much is COVID needs to be teased apart. You can see the charter sector in that first set of data did okay. AOI increased enrollment by nearly 17,000 students, and the districts did well too. They actually grabbed market share. They increased their AOI enrollment in 2021 by almost 21,000 students. The school building attendance is where the tail happened, though. Charters increased by over 2,000, and there was a massive drop in district enrollment in traditional school buildings of about 74,000 students. If you move over to the far right of the slide, up in the upper right corner, this is another way to look at it, though. If you exclude new schools in 2021 and just look at the schools that were open in 2020, what happened to them? So not talking about like new schools opening up and new developments and all of that. The charter AOI, was still robust. It was 16,746 kids that increased over 2020, and the district did okay too. But the charter brick and mortar buildings did lose some students, so they weren't unscathed. They did lose over 4,000 students. That, once again, are the existing extant 2020 schools. Those that had students in 2020, in 2021 lost 4,209 students. And the total numbers you can see below what we're looking at. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Why don't we go to the next one, Kelly, because I think that paints a good picture too.
Yeah, so here are your trends. The board, or most of the board members, have seen this before. I did not add 2021 on there because it's a blip that I'm not sure how much it's going to really, affect the trend, or if it's really a good impact on the trend. But overall, charters have had a very steady, nice growth rate since 2011 up until recent. And the next number, if you were to plot it on here, would be 232,000. So it would be a significant tick up versus the kind of decline in, kind of steady decline in the districts. Back in 2011, 945,000 was the enrollment, and they lost 15,000 kids by 2020. Not a huge number, but a significant number.
And I'll just add, obviously I'm the tireless advocate for charter schools, but I think it's a real testament to the charter school community, what they're providing for parents, their academic achievement, their innovation, their diversity, to have a really strong growth trend like that. And it accelerated under COVID. Again, we'll see what that means when all this shakes out. But I think for all of us who believe in charter schools and what they've been able to accomplish for Arizona students, it's a really nice testament to our teachers and our schools for what they've been able to do for families. And it's obviously resonating because they continue to grow at a pretty accelerated pace.
Everyone asks about the blips on those two lines. And that was about the time that districts went to current year funding, and some of the school finance systems have been shuffled around a bit, but I think that would probably account for some of that, the data moving around.
So the legislature went to current year funding. Isn't that about then?
Yeah,
2018?
that's right.
Yeah.
Here's the overall market share. This one does have 2021 on it. So charters now comprise 21% of the public school space. So crossing over that 20% mark is significant. And yeah, that's notable. So if you look at the number of schools, and this is data I pulled from the National Center for Education Statistics, the Common Core of data, excellent data source. It was a little bit rocky in the early years. You can see back in 1995, 96, 97, they weren't really tracking charter schools per se, or specifically it wasn't a data element. They didn't know what to do with some of those schools. But this shows charter school count in the light blue and district school count in the dark blue from 1995 to 2020. And they have similar patterns. If you look at just the charter school counts, here they are. They have been fairly constant over the last decade. The National Center's data shows that charter schools kind of topped out near 600 around 2014. Those who have been working with charter school data know that that is kind of artificial. That was a time when Arizona policy made it beneficial for districts to count some of their schools as charters. And so they were classified in the National Center for Education Statistics database as charters. We could pull them out, but I just want to reflect that, any data that you see, you have to interpret it given the context in which it was collected. Back in 2014, those schools technically were charter schools. They were being funded like charter schools. And if anyone says that we've dropped in the number of charter schools, it's been pretty constant. That is just an artificial inflation of the count. So here is the number of students and the count of schools for charters and non-charters. The way you interpret these next few graphs, if you look at the very top of the masthead there, it says charter school, 1-yes. So those first few columns are all for charter schools, and then the second few are for district schools. So Maricopa County had 153,071 students enrolled in charter schools in 2020. And that compared to 603,000 students enrolled in districts. So charters were about 20%, 20.24% of the students in Maricopa County, charter students. 375 charter schools were counted compared to 888 district schools.
Yeah, one thing just that caught my eye, and I'm sure it's as you, Madam President and board members, is Pinell County. Obviously, that's a very high growth county, population growth, and for whatever reason, particularly on that Maricopa-Pinell County line in the far East Valley, charter schools are very popular with families in that neck of the woods. So you can see from a raw number, not too far from Pima County, and obviously as a percentage, pretty high charter school community out there. So for what it's worth, don't know that it matters either which way, but it was a little bit of an outlier in terms of the rest of the state.
Yeah.
You just have a lot of growth. You have a lot of houses being built out there.
And yeah, it's an interesting area. Some of the surprising areas like Yuma County having only 9% is interesting. I know that this board has talked about the desire to have more choices in rural areas. With transportation funds being what they are, it gets complicated to charters. It depends upon the community in which you're chartering, I suppose, is the best way to state it. But yeah, some of our counties, Apache, has no students enrolled. We don't have charters in that county, and others as well. So
we're hopeful that, as you all know, and I know you all have reported out that the legislature and the budget proposal that's kicking around right now, they do appropriate the governor's request for transportation grants. It could be for district or charter, but that might help kids get to school. Obviously, school choice should be for statewide, and so we're hopeful that that's helpful.
And there are statewide AOIs that probably serve some students in those counties, but we don't have access to that information.
Right.
Similar layout in this table. This shows charter school counts for 2020 by city. And no surprise, Phoenix has the most charter school students enrolled.
I think this largely just follows kind of population trends for the most part.
Yeah, the point that Jake made is very clear. If you scroll down and look at Queen Creek, which is on the Maricopa-Pinal County line, they have 35% of their students, schools with a Queen Creek address, 35% of the enrollment are charter school students. Is the proper way to say that. This is a hard one to interpret, although I'll just say it that. The National Center for Education Statistics does a locale measure. That's basically urbanicity, you know, how urban are the schools. And this is their coding scheme. And you can make of it what you will. You can collapse some of those categories, say the city categories, the large, mid-size, and small, and get a new number there. By and large, though, you have charter students, you know, in different, across the state, in different areas, even what they call the rural fringe. I don't know if we would call that rural fringe or if that would be considered suburb. Don't know. But this is what the National Center goes by, and there's a degree of balance across these various.
Yeah, I think at times in board members and Madam President and Ashley, you know, some have tried to say, well, where are charters? Are they suburb? Are they in the core cities? And, you know, truth be told, particularly in Maricopa County, that, you know, there's no rhyme or reason to it. They're everywhere. There's students in the city core. There's students in the suburbs. There's students, you know, no rhyme or reason to, no one trend you could identify within the state. And this slide illustrates that.
Madam President, if I may, Jake, just to go into that data a little bit more, Kelly, is there any way for us to know whether students in rural areas are being served by micropods or online schools? Because I know many of our schools are serving students outside of that Phoenix area and are more rural.
The only way we would know would probably, it would be a data project done at ADE, but I don't believe the department's data sources have parent addresses. You would have to have the student's address to be able to dig in at a deeper level here, and we don't have that.
And it's also, I think, a little complicated because there may be a student in Douglas that's taking French because there's no French teacher at their school or whatever, Mandarin Chinese or something like that at a charter AOI, right? So it's a little bit messy on the data side. Is that fair, Kelly?
Yes. But if the instance of a pod that was proposed or what was mentioned, I mean, they would show up in an AOI school and it would be hard to say where they're at. Those schools, I mean, we could, you know, protect the student identity and collect that information if we, given time.
It's a great point, though, Ashley. We kind of can take that as a to-do and work with Superintendent Hoffman's team to see how the data breaks down there.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful moving forward, just as we go into a model that does have more distance learning, right? So now any school can be serving students in any locale at this point.
Yeah. Great point.
Absolutely right. Okay, so this is kind of, we've already seen data similar to this before, but you know, this is what the National Center has for Arizona. Our brick and mortar schools, they call not virtual, and then virtual would be our AOI sector. This is 2020 numbers. So you can see the charter schools were 88% of that virtual sector back in 2020 compared to the districts. And it's evened up a bit. Now I believe it's more like 66, you know, 2/3 to 1/3. So the market share has shifted a bit towards districts. Going forward next year, it'll be one of the areas that we look very closely at.
Yeah, and as you all know, when you all approve AOIs for maybe players that traditionally haven't been at space, the State Board for Education has been doing the same thing on the district side. So kind of, I think, Madam President, to your point, it'll be very interesting to see what the trend is, if that is a more popular choice for parents going forward, or if it was like we were talking about, a one-year blip.
The table below shows another classification scheme that the CCD has. The second line shows alternative schools. So you can see charters enrolled roughly in 2020, about 29,000, about 30,000 alternative students, compared to districts enrolling about 5,000 alternative students. So the bulk of the alternative schools are in the charter sector. And here's some more detail on that. This chart shows by grade level, 0 being kindergarten, 12 being 12th grade, the enrollment in charter schools in 2020. I had the alternative status for 2019, so it's not a great overlap or match of the data, but it gives you an idea that charter sector is very strong in the K-8 space, and it's a bit different at the high school level. And that has come up in some of your meetings before. I've heard people mention this, but the alternative sector at the high school level, the alternative sector in high schools and charters, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Charters have a good hold of the alternative sector at the high school level, and they serve a lot of students.
And it's a credit to those schools, as you all know, Madam President and board members. Those are students that are at risk, and they do very good work. But it is a real, in my view, positive to have those schools working with those students to try to get them that high school diploma.
And it's probably.
I don't know if you can answer this question, but for ninth graders to be at an alternative school first semester, so not second semester, because they could become credit deficient second semester, for them to be enrolled and to kind of count towards the percentage, that you need to qualify to be an alternative school, would they have to come in then like on behavior contracts, right? Because there's two ways. I'm oversimplifying this, but I believe that there's two ways to kind of be counted so you can have your alternative status, which is either behavior or grades, right? But you couldn't have a grade issue coming into ninth grade, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the overall, there's like 6 or 7 different categories for students to be in an alternative. And yeah, I haven't done that overlay. It's a great question. Could dig into it if we got back into the individual student data and see how many have IEPs. It's an excellent point. Don't know.
But Madam President, to your point, that's why I think that really accelerates the 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, where students do get into academic challenges. Sure. And obviously that's where, you look at 12th grade and trying to get those kids high school diplomas, your point is very well taken.
Yeah.
Right. It would be worth digging into for sure. One last point on it. When people say the charter schools are taking the cream of the crop, you can show them the slide. They are serving the vast majority of students that were headed towards dropout. So here's the breakdown by student groups. This was for 2020. You can see that charters serve, in charter schools, 6% of the students are African American, compared to the statewide proportion of 5%. So there's certain groups charters have more students in, and some they have less. The trends are all towards parity with the state. In other words, the percent white is decreasing year by year, and percent Latino is going up year by year. I can show you the details. That's what the link is down there if you're interested in seeing it. We usually just do a shorthand, say that over the last 5-10 years, the trend has been towards parity with the state.
As the sample size has gotten, not sample size, but as we've gotten bigger, it looks more like the state, which is pretty, as you can see, give or take, pretty consistent with the state.
But I'm happy to show it if you're interested in seeing it.
No, I just, sorry, and you don't even have to go back. I just appreciate, again, I just appreciate your guys' data so much, because when they talk about, you hear a lot of things like creaming of the crop, but then also charter schools are not diverse, and charter school, that's another big thing that I hear. Clearly that's just not the case. So.
Right. Yep.
That's right. And along those lines, presently, this information also was, it came up in a board meeting a few meetings back. I had a data request in with ADE. ADE has a secret weapon. Yating is her name. She's one of the best data scientists in the state and one of the best I've ever worked with. She pulled together this data, and it was just a custom data request. But it's interesting if you dig into it, because not all disability categories are going to be evenly serviced by charters, because some of those low density or low occurrence categories, such as VI, for instance, there are not that many students that if you had a VI or a vision school, that you could actually get the parents to bring the kids to that school, if that makes sense. If you have a higher density or more common disability categories such as autism, it's much more feasible to have a school of choice, a charter school, for an autism category than for a low occurrence disability category. But for whatever the case is, you can see the bottom line is charters are serving 9.5% of their student population are students with disability, compared to the state average of 12.7%. And for shorthand, I put the rate of student rate per 10,000 students in there too, so you can compare that. I always struggle with this data request or trying to answer this question, but charter schools tend to be smaller. They have, although if you break it up this way by the student count, the number of schools with less than 100 students, there are more district schools than charter schools with less than 100 students. Not by much, but there are a few more. And you can see the distribution that by and large, charter schools tend to be smaller. Although we do have some of the smallest and the largest school in the state. We do also have the largest school. But this is the distribution of school counts by the size of the schools. This was the data research project that made me 5 years older, trying to figure this out. It's kind of a complicated slide to interpret, but you can see on the left-hand side of that chart, it represents being below the state average in test scores. On the right-hand side, scoring above the state average. To create this chart, you have to track every student in the state for 2 academic years, basically in 2015 and in 2016. What I did is I linked those students, and those who changed LEAs, who went from one system to another, we took a look at their 2015 test scores. So some students would leave one district LEA and move to another district LEA, and that's the top 2 bars, the math scores and ELA scores. They're below average. But the next bar are the students that left a district LEA and over the summer and went into a charter LEA the next fall, and they're also below average. So people say that we are taking the cream of the crop. This is one of the first places we point, is that actually the student migration pattern from district to charter, those students aren't the highest performing students. The next set of bars are the students who went to a charter school in 2015, produced a test score, and then moved over the summer to a district school in 2016, and they do score better than average. And finally, those who move from one charter to another charter LEA are above average. One other caveat to interpret this: there are a number of schools that have what I call structural migration built in, that there are, say, a K-5 school, and so after 5th grade, the kids have to change LEAs or move to another system. Or for, if you think of the Guppy Max schools, the feeder schools into Phoenix Union, after 8th grade, they structurally have to change to another LEA because of the structure of the system. Those students are pulled out of this analysis. So the structural migration or the kids that had to move to a different LEA are excluded here. These are just folks who moved domiciles or moved their students for choice over the summer. That was a lot of talking. I did this also for 2016, 2017, and 2018, and the pattern holds.
Kelly, this would be really getting into the minutia, but did you happen to see any trends, and I don't even know that you got into this, of students that went from charter to district, if those students were choosing the like regular education district schools, or more of like the like districts have those, like, elite is the wrong word, I don't want to get myself in trouble, but whatever the like they have, you know what I'm trying to say,
magnet programs.
yes,
yeah, magnet programs. Yep.
Yeah.
Or like
did
with
not track
Scottsdale
that.
Unified, they have the traditional school program.
Right,
Like,
right.
My kids go to Cheyenne, and I think that's what you're talking about.
Those are the exact words that would not get me in trouble, Tim. Thank you very much. Yes, traditional and advanced placement. I'm just curious if that's was a factor, but okay, thanks.
It could be. I mean, yeah, there's school choice happening between districts too. I used to be the director of accountability in Madison School District, and there was a tremendous number of students out of district coming into that district, and even more these days with their traditional academy. So yeah, there's school choice happening all over the place, and it's the prerogative of the parents and the students why they choose. But I have not dug into that. Dig into these data. If you had a really big computer and lots of time, that could be your career. It's super interesting, right. But we don't have the resources right now to dig in too deep. Letter grades. So you can see the letter grade distribution here. For some reason, I put the high letter grades on the bottom here, but the green represent A's and B's. You can see charters have a higher proportion of schools graded as an A or a B compared to the district schools. I don't like to usually go head-to-head like this because we benchmark ourselves against state numbers, but for some reason, here it is. Yeah, and that was for 2019. I did not have the opportunity to make it pretty for over time, but you can see the pattern holds for 2017, 2018, and 2019 for all three of those years. Even though we are adding more schools, in 2019 we added the alternative schools into the mix, and soon, hopefully, when the system gets rebooted, we'll add AOIs to the mix as well.
But again, a moment to sort of, upon reflection, that is some really great work by our schools to achieve those grades and serve those students in that capacity. So I think something we can all be proud of as part of the charter school community.
That's great. I have one more question then about this. So I know obviously if a charter school gets an F letter grade, they come before us, but what happens, I guess I don't know for sure, what happens to district schools who receive F letter grades? Do they have to notify parents, or anything like that?
I believe so. Superintendent Hoffman probably could.
Not my zone, yeah.
Do that, but they do, and we've seen a number of them reconstituted. Yeah, where they basically open up with a new name and all of that. But I know that the Ganado schools did that, and some other district schools. But there are consequences for it, and they do have to notify parents. And they have a certain number of years after that they have to do something. But it is not my zone either. But maybe Superintendent Hoffman wants to elaborate on that. Not to put her on the spot.
I don't have anything to add at this time.
Yeah.
No, that's great. I was just curious. I didn't know. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, so yeah, and so the state test results for charter schools typically outpace the state results. And that's in as this statement says at the top. I do have a link. I can show this to you if you want to see it, and all of the groups listed on the right-hand side of this slide. But it's pretty robust and pretty consistent. The groups that don't necessarily stand out for charters, or charters don't necessarily have an edge, are, you know, frankly, those who are the marginalized citizens, like the migrant students or homeless. And the military group is a new categorization, and everyone's kind of struggling what to do with that, but we'll see where that goes in the future. But as the statement says, the test results for charters, you know, have outpaced the state test results in all groups and pretty much all grade levels and all of demographic areas, except for those mentioned.
Well, and those are very small sample sizes. I think this is, again, a point of pride, which is, you know, Latino students, African American students, those charter students are exceeding the state average, and that is something to be very, very proud of. Low-income students, you know, like Kelly said, almost every demographic, our schools outperform the state average, and that is a really, really credit to those schools and those teachers and school leaders.
Okay, we're getting near the end here. So we had a campaign about school funding. One question we get is, what would you like to change in charter schools? And the funding system is probably the answer that we get the most.
We'll save that conversation for a different day, but I know many of you on the board are also interested in, not only for charters, but for districts and looking at Arizona's funding system as a whole and how we can improve that and make it more fair for every student, irrespective of their zip code or whether they're in a district school or charter school or what part of the state they live in.
And just to highlight just a couple of things in the slide, and I will stop talking, is the most common, the mode of the distribution of charter schools, the light blue in this chart, is a per pupil revenue of less than $9,500. That is the most common category in this chart. The mode for the district schools is somewhere less than $12,000. So the systems are different. There's a lot of nuance there, and that's a whole nother presentation for another time, but did want to share that with you. And that's all I have. And if there's anything else you want me to show, I have links to other data at my fingertips. So unless you guys have any questions, that's all we have.
I have one question that's not necessarily data related, but I just am curious your guys' answer on it. So with the, you know, the governor put out the money for the transportation, or I think it was like unique transportation grants. Do you see charter schools, or do you think, you know, the charter schools that you have or that you've been talking to are really going to take advantage of that, and that we could see some maybe increase due to being able to transport students? Or I'm curious about what your thoughts are on what that will do to enrollment for charter school students.
Yeah, a great question, Madam President. So I do think charters are very interested in looking at it. You know, it's one-time money, so it's not like it's an ongoing funding stream. But I do think we've been talking with some charter schools about, you know, is there a school next door, whether it's a district or charter, that you could partner with to figure out a better way to get students to school. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out, and I think we're going to need to educate them on how they can use that. Not educate them, but give them additional information to let them think about it. But yes, I would say the interest so far has been very high in terms of thinking strategically and frankly creatively about how we can get more kids to school, which, as you all know, is a potential impediment for some students.
Do you guys?
And I think
does the association have any plans to maybe you already have, and you know, obviously I know I get the emails, but to do any webinars or anything kind of maybe, or even discussions on that topic in general, just while there's a grant available? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. As I understand the way it's structured in the budget that's kind of floating around out there, is that it'll be administered by the Department of Education, but they'll have a third-party vendor that they'll partner with to sort of sift through the grants. And as that evolves, absolutely, Madam President, we will for sure try to get the word out and let folks know what the criteria is and timelines, and again, just encourage them to think creatively.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and just last thing is thank you all for serving on the board. Having done it myself, I know it's a lot of work for no pay, not even a little pay, no pay. And so grateful for all your public service on this note. And if we can ever be of value, there's something you're trying to dig into, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or Kelly. And we want to be a resource to the board to the extent it's possible and appropriate.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Going on to our next agenda item. We have strategic goals, and I am not leading this session, but I believe Miss Ashley Berg is going to lead this session for us.
Yes, actually, Daniel Coben on our staff will be leading it in conjunction with me.
Great. Okay, we'll go for it.
Yep, give me 1 second to get the presentation up. And then I need to share my screen. Give me 1 second. Stop this one. All right, let me know when it's up.
It's up.
Okay, sorry, give me 1 more second. Okay, so I'm going to review with you today is an update to our strategic goals. So since 2011, we have been using the same strategic goals that were created at that time. So a lot has changed since 2011. The first season of Game of Thrones started with a bang and has since ended with a thud. The iPhone 4S was introduced. Since then, there have been 24 versions released of the iPhone. And then ASBCS at that time authorized 391 charters and 517 schools. And currently, we have 424 charters and 542 schools. So I also will go over what else has changed at ASBCS specifically since 2011. And these are just kind of high level information. There is a lot more that has changed since then, but in discussing and talking with Ashley, we figured a kind of more direct, streamlined informational approach would work here. So what have we changed? So to name a few things, the academic, operational, and financial frameworks have been overhauled to meet the needs of ASBCS oversight and the charter community. ASR site visits for 5-year reviews and renewals have been implemented. Targeted site visits have been enacted to follow up on complaints or other operational issues or concerns related to the board. We have revised and updated our complaint process. Eligibility expansion criteria has been implemented and revised. The new charter application has been revised and the overall process has been improved. And then related to amendments, they have been streamlined and improved as needed to ensure the charter holders understand the process better. And the board is receiving information needed to make sure the board is able to make informed decisions prior to approving or denying a request. So next, the current strategic goals. So these are the goals that have been in place for the last 10 years. Like I said before, they were written in 2011. And then looking at these, we decided that, looking at the goals, the language is outdated. However, the mission and the goals of the board are very much in alignment to 2011. So back then, and as we currently use, our goals are promote the board's mission in providing quality educational choices, to increase the quality of schools, to increase the quality of the board's portfolio of charter schools by monitoring academic performance and fiscal and contractual compliance. And the board will approve quality application and grant charters to qualified applicants. So in using these and thinking about ways that we can kind of bring this more into 2021, these are the new proposed strategic goals. And again, keep in mind that these are overarching goals of the board, and staff will always continue to develop and improve processes and procedures to continue to work towards these goals. So the new proposed goals are to promote the board's mission and continue to improve its authorizing practices to ensure quality educational choices are available to Arizona families. The board will continue to monitor and improve the board's performance frameworks and processes in order to meet the changing needs of the educational landscape and ensure high expectations of the charter schools it authorizes, and to provide increased support, collaboration, and communication to the board's charter holder portfolio and the charter school community as a whole. So that's where we are at now. I will bring this up so you guys can view it in a bigger picture, and we are open for discussion and possible revisions. So I will pass it off to Ashley.
Okay. Madam President and board members, just to clarify what Dan had mentioned, these are very high level working goals that our board utilizes, and then staff, with the ever-changing education environment, we work to internally set goals that we believe will promote the board's mission. Now, through those internal goals, we bring those to you for consideration, and those are happening as we speak. We put out policies and rules for public comment. We're bringing to you decisions on updating the new charter application, amendments. You do receive a lot of items for continual improvement, and that's what we do. We continually improve, shift, and change our processes. So again, what you are looking at here is just those high level overarching goals of the board. I want to make sure that all of you are good and agree with these goals. If there are changes or wording changes that you would like us to make, we can go ahead and make that. This is just for discussion. There is no formal action that needs to be taken by the board. We are truly just updating these goals, and wanted to make sure that we do so because it's been over 10 years since we have looked at them.
Ashley, I just want to say that sorry, and we're at the pool right now, so I really apologize. You're gonna hear my kids, but I really appreciate the thoughtfulness in all three of these, and I really think they kind of hit the nail on the head on what you guys have been accomplishing, board staff, and what the direction the board's been going, and particularly in that third one, just finding ways that, again, goes back to how can we, the board staff, support our charter school community. I think it's so important that they see us as a support and not as a gotcha. And I think that you guys have done a great job at changing that narrative. I think providing that kind of board staff liaison has been a game changer for charters. I know my own charter that I work at, it has been. And so I personally don't have any changes, because I think that they're broad enough that they kind of hit everything, but that they really reflect kind of where I would like to see the board go, where you guys and where you guys already are going. And so I just really appreciate the thoughtfulness in this. And yeah, I'm just excited. I'm excited for what's to come for us and for our charter community. Board members, are there any other comments or questions or things that you guys see that you'd like to tweak or change or add?
President Lee, this is Kathy.
Yeah, please.
So first, I agree. I really like the language. I like the updates. This does seem to really capture the work of the board. Having gone through a very similar process recently with our ADE leadership team, the only suggestion I would make, and this is just up for discussion, of course, is to incorporate the word students in here, to like explicitly say students. I think it's kind of implied under Arizona families, but I do think that ultimately we're serving our students, and so to me, it kind of fits into the first bullet point, to ensure quality educational choices are available to Arizona students and families, or something like that would just call it out a little bit more explicitly, but open for discussion, of course.
And Madam President and Superintendent Hoffman, I would be happy just to add in students into that first bullet. I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, that sounds great to me.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's right on the money. Superintendent Hoffman, any other comments, questions, changes that anybody can think of?
Madam President, this is Janelle Wood, Board Member Wood. And I just, first of all, thank you, board staff, for putting together this mission and broadening the goals. I really do see that they cover a lot. The only thing that I would like to see kind of teased out a little bit more, maybe it's just me, but in the second bullet point where it states ensure high expectations of the charter schools it authorizes, what are those high expectations? Are we going to put those somewhere? Who gets to determine what's high in expectations? That's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we determine that?
Definitely. And Member Wood, right now, how we look at those high expectations is based on our frameworks that we have. So that would be the expectations under the academic, operational, and financial frameworks. And in those frameworks, it is completely outlined as to what would entail a charter to be in good standing, and then therefore meeting the board's expectations. If there are changes to those expectations, which we do make changes to the frameworks quite often, we will likely need to be making changes to the operational, and we are going to be making changes to the financial and also to the academic in the coming years. So as educational policy changes, we will need and we do continue to update those expectations. And that all goes out for public comment to all of our stakeholders. All of our charters have an opportunity to provide comment on those changes. And then that ultimately goes to the board for your full review and consideration and ultimately approval.
Thank you so much for that. And I just want to say, I don't see the word compliance in here, and because I just went through something dealing with compliance. I do believe we need to put that in there because that's a big deal. Expectations and compliance are totally different. And I believe we need to be specific and make sure we put the word compliance in there, just like what you just stated in those academic, operational, and financial. I don't know if that's getting too detailed and changing the broadness, but I do believe we need to put that out there in our mission, that is what we are expecting, is compliance.
Where we indicate in the second bullet, it says the board will continue to monitor. Would you believe that monitor does entail compliance?
Everybody may not explain, as I'm seeing, as we continue to do different meetings with different schools, everyone has a different perception of what a monitor is and what compliance is. And so I want to make sure we are clear that if it is compliance that we are seeking, then that's what part of that, monitoring for compliance, something like that. But we want to make sure this is where we continue to put this in our language and our verbiage. It needs to be in our mission because we speak the word compliance quite a lot. So I believe it needs to be in our mission. I don't quite know where that needs to be, but I'm just, that's the word that keeps coming to mind.
Okay. I'll work on the language.
Yes. Ashley, this, I think I agree with Janelle, or sorry, board member Wood on that point. And I think it would go towards the second half where that high expectations are, if it could be worked in that way, because that's what this is all about, complying with our high expectations, or meeting high expectations through
compliance or something
like that. But I think it's at that second part, because the first part is what we're doing to improve our processes.
Right. Thank you.
Could we just say to ensure compliance and high expectations?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it goes on the top part,
Yeah,
Ashley. I think it
Dan, I
goes
think it goes on the
the
bottom.
bottom.
So if we do
To
and
ensure-
ensure compliance and so to ensure charters maintain compliance.
Or to ensure high expectations through compliance, or something like that. Through the charter's compliance.
I mean, couldn't we literally just add 2 words to ensure compliance and high expectations of the charter school it authorizes, just so it doesn't get
Okay.
so wordy?
Sure, I like that.
And yep. Okay.
And then this is nitpicky, but can we put students before families? Not that they're
Yes.
not both important, but I just think it's a stronger statement.
Yes, yes, yes. There you go. Available to Arizona students and families.
Yeah, I should say Arizona
Arizona
students and families.
families, yeah, available to Arizona students and families. There you go. Thank you.
Any other comments or suggestions for the goals? Okay. What we will do is we will update the website with these new or just updated goals, and we'll continue to bring forward additional policy discussions and changes to the frameworks, to our processes for the public and for the board consideration.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you guys for doing this. And I know you got to just kind of show us a slide and we got to just kind of critique it just with a few words, but the amount of work that I know you guys did to meet as a team and present this to us is invaluable. And so thank you again, board staff. It doesn't go unnoticed, the amount of work that went into this one, to these 3 bullet points. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Ashley, does that wrap up our strategic goal session?
That does, yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so next on the agenda, if you don't mind throwing that up on the screen.
The next agenda item is going through AOI accountability.
Great, sorry about that. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome. I do believe we are ahead of schedule, so I don't know. I guess Wendy is on. Let me see if Catcher is on.
That was going to be my question, because I know that we had some people, on to help with that. So if we need to take things out of order, we can, or.
Wendy, would you like to start, or would you like to wait for Catcher?
We definitely worked on this together. So if it's okay, we can, if you guys if you're ready for a break, maybe just a 5-minute break. I know we're within 5 to 6 minutes. It's totally up to you, or you can push us back. I can flex either way.
I reached out to Catcher. He should be on soon as well.
Why don't we just do a quick 5-minute break so people can do what they need to do and get a drink, do whatever. And then we will come back. I show it's 10:38. So 10:45, we'll just make it even versus like a 10:42. Well, at 10:45, we can come back. Or unless we want to do a longer. Yeah, okay.
Nope, I think that would be fine.
Okay, perfect. All right. See you guys at 10:45. All right. Well, I see that it is 10:45. Aaron, if you wouldn't mind doing the roll call just so we can see who is here, that would be awesome.
Absolutely. Sorry. Give me 1 second. President Lee,
Here.
Vice President Close,
Here.
Superintendent Hoffman,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Present.
Mr. Mason,
Present.
Ms. Rice,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Present.
Mr. Swanson, Mr. Swanson,
I'm here.
Ms. Wood,
Here.
Ms. Yanoff.
Here.
Everyone's here presently. You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much, Aaron. All right. So up next, really excited about this presentation. So we have the AOI 8th Ref Accountability by Ketcher and Wendy. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions for you guys, and we just really appreciate your time. So with that, if you guys want to go ahead and unmute yourselves, introduce yourselves, and get started, we would love that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, President Lee and Superintendent Hoffman and members. Thank you so much for having us today. As you mentioned, I am with the State Board of Education. I am the Deputy Director over at the State Board of Education, and I am lucky enough to have Wendy Davey was good enough to join us, and really it was for my own benefit in some ways. Wendy is the Chief Accountability Officer at the Department of Education, and her team answer all the fun questions that myself and our staff and our board members ask of her, and not just the questions, but doing all the fun modeling as we develop 8F letter grades. So Wendy agreed to join us here so I could mostly spend the whole time deferring to her on all the tough questions. So I'm sure she appreciates that. I do have a PowerPoint. I don't know if you want me to put it up or if you all have it up or however you'd like that to work. Sure, you can present. You have permissions. All right. That is always a dangerous proposition, but we'll see if I can do it without too much issues. All right. You should be able to see that. So we'll jump right in, and I'll give it a go first, and then I'll hand it over to Wendy a little bit later. And I'll start off with a little bit of background on A to F in general, and then we'll focus a little bit more on some background on AOI A to F letter grades, and then we'll get real specific in terms of the AOI model that's essentially in front of the board in the field right now. So statute charges ADE, subject final adoption by the board, to develop an A to F. In statute, it's called a profile, but you'll probably hear Wendy and I talk a lot about calling them models. But essentially adopting an A to F model or system for each of those 5 bullet points you see there. So we're required to have a model for each of those 5 types of schools. Right now, we have the first 2 bullet points done and have for a few years now, since I started at the board, which was 2017, so about 4 years ago, when we adopted the usually what we call the new system, which is a system we have now, and I'll talk about the old system a little bit later. The second big bullet point here is the statute giving the board permissive authority to adopt an A to F model or profile for AOIs, schools that use the Grand Canyon diploma, which is that competency-based diploma, and then this broad or other exceptions as prescribed by the state board. I think the legislature was being kind to us to give us the flexibility, but as I evidenced already by the fact that we only have those first 2 bullet points on what we're required to do, the legislature maybe was also overly optimistic about the resources that we would have at the board and the department to get done what we were charged to do, let alone
come up with other exceptions or other models that we might have felt appropriate. And then the old system and the new system, I'll talk about that later when I have a slide on some of the timelines. The gist being, of course, as I mentioned, we don't have a model that has issued letter grades to AOIs under this new system. Under the old system, AOIs, some of them received a letter grade, but they actually didn't receive a letter grade the last year of the old system, which was in 2014. Again, just some general background on A to F. There's a lot going on here. I'm going to go real briefly through some of these, but I will have a bigger takeaway that I hope the members take away from this rather than getting bogged down in all these details. But the first time we instituted an A to F accountability system, a system that issued a summative A to F letter grade for schools, was in 2010. Before that, the state had, I think it was called AZ Learns, which essentially offered descriptive identifications of schools. So it wasn't a summative letter grade, it was a descriptor of like 4 or 5 categories of schools rather than a summative letter grade. So we started out with that summative letter grade system in 2010 to 2014. And then in 2014 or 15, the legislature put a moratorium on issuing those A to F letter grades for 2 years as the state transitioned from the old statewide assessment in ELA and math, which was AIMS, to a new ELA and math statewide assessment, which was AZ Merit, which we changed the name to AZM2 a couple years ago. At the end of 2016, I believe, President Obama signed the new federal law, ESSA, which went through Congress. And then a few months after that, the state passed a new A to F law as well. And so around that time, the board was considering and built essentially a new A to F accountability system from the ground up with a new ELA and maths assessment, a new state law, and a new federal law. Now, I should probably make a quick note here about the federal law and the state law. So at that time, the board envisioned and wanted the state accountability system, the state A to F system, to serve both the requirements under state statute and the requirements under federal law in the new ESSA. So at that time, the board was spending a lot of time looking at what was just passed in ESSA and the regs that were coming out, because they wanted our A to F system to serve both purposes. Well, that didn't end up happening for some of the reasons that are outlined later in this slide. So what we have now is 2 systems. We have the state A to F system that meets the state statutory requirements. And then we also have a federal system that meets the federal ESSA requirements. ADE adopts the federal ESSA accountability system through the ESSA state plan, and they do that with stakeholders, of course, but our board doesn't weigh in on the federal system, but they are different. They share some similarities, but they are different and separate systems. So just something that I wanted to make a note of. But at the time in 2016 and 17, the board wanted them to be the same. So in the fall of 2017, we issued letter grades for the first time under the new system. And then for those of you who are around that time, kind of remember some of the heartache that happened around then, had to make them preliminary, went back into that system to make some revisions because there was a pretty condensed timeline in terms of when the board was trying to adopt that new system. And so there were some revisions that had to be made after they were released. And those revisions were made end of 17, early 18. And then, of course, for the upcoming school year, after those revisions were made is when we were going to go into the first year of menu of assessments, which allowed high schools to administer an assessment, nationally recognized college entrance. Well, it wasn't just college entrance, but that's the only one that schools selected, ACT or SAT, in lieu of the statewide assessment. And of course, we had to spend a lot of time updating that system, the high school system, to accommodate that pretty unique and first in the country way of doing that for accountability was very challenging. And then, of course, last year, the school closure bill and with the pandemic canceled statewide assessments and carried A to F letter grades forward from the prior year, which essentially put letter grades on a pause, but carried them forward. And then just a few months ago, we had the governor sign legislation that put 8F letter grades on a 1-year pause, the school year that just finished. And then as we look forward, barring any additional legislation that comes down the pipe, next school year is going to be the administration of new statewide assessments in ELA, math, and science. And then, of course, we're going to have to make other accommodations, taking into account the fact that our percent tested in the spring that just finished, although relatively high, and I think high in a way that was perhaps beyond, well, certainly my personal expectations, but maybe some others, looks like it still did not reach 95%. And although that data still needs to be cleaned and we got to see what we have and see what's usable, something, and especially also taking into account the fact we didn't have statewide assessments last year, something that we will have to look at for maybe changes or accommodations or something that we might have to do when potentially rolling out letter grades for the 21-22 school year, in addition to balancing the new statewide assessment. So I mentioned that there was a big takeaway I wanted, or I was hoping members would get out of this, and it's not all the ins and outs that I described there, but essentially the big takeaway here is that there's been a lot of changes, some within the board's control, some outside the board's control, but a lot of changes with this new accountability system from its adoption in 2017, spring of 17 to now. And a lot of those changes, like I mentioned, some of them were self-inflicted, some of them were outside the board's control. But as I kind of real briefly pivot to our board's work that we're going to be doing over the summer, which is coming up with a more consistent accountability plan as we transition to another new accountability system as the result of the new statewide assessments. So we don't have so many changes midstream, and try to get more models done at the front end, rather than trying to play catch up, which is essentially what we've been doing for the last 5 years. Now, more specifically on some background on the AOI model. So in the summer and fall of 2017, which if I go back a slide, you'll see is kind of around this point here when the traditional ADAF letter grade system was adopted. The board had several meetings discussing the AOI model and AOI system. At that time, it was a more informal group of stakeholders, but the board did settle on a proposed framework that they were looking for out of an AOI model, which was to keep it as close to the traditional brick and mortar model, with some exceptions being made to account for student mobility. And there's more details on the next couple of slides that Wendy will go into. But those student mobility, what we were hearing from the AOI specifically was around what constitutes a student being full academic year in the traditional brick and mortar setting. That was a little more clear than what it would be under the AOI setting. And then also trying to delineate the difference between what some AOIs were operating as, which was like a program, something that was more supplemental to a brick and mortar offering, where those students who are in the AOI are probably getting held accountable for the schools being held accountable for those students under the brick and mortar offering, versus a school AOI, which is maybe all they're doing is online instruction, or the majority of what they're doing. So those were a couple of the things that the board was willing to consider modifications to the AOI model, but largely wanted to keep the system the same. And then since 2017, created a more formal technical advisory committee, a lot of the same folks, but it just formalized it a little bit more and created a structure that was similar to what we use currently for the traditional and alternative schools in their ADAP models. So then we jump into the proposed models themselves, or model itself, for the AOIs. And now I'm going to hand the baton over to Wendy to sort of jump into some of these things.
So Katcher, thank you. And Charter Board, thank you for inviting us to speak today. So this is getting a little bit more in the details, and knowing that we're doing the modeling today, we'll have more and more data coming forward in front of the state board. So two of the main things that we're looking at regarding the proposed A through F model is the criteria that will bring a student in and hold the student accountable. And one of those big things is the definition of a full academic year AOI student, because we do know that a lot of kids will attend an AOI for the purpose of credit recovery, maybe looking at classes they're interested in that they can take nowhere else, and just exploratory, and versus a kid who is going to go do an AOI for the purpose of graduating. So the definition that was sent that a student would contain 75% of the meetings. So with a little work, all this modeling should have occurred last year. It got definitely put on hold because we had no assessments to do any modeling with. So even though the AOIs did submit what they could for their modeling, such as chronic absenteeism, and we did run what we could for them last year, this will be the main year that we're running. So there was a change in the minutes of instruction that came in fiscal year 20. So you can see what those minutes are, and they're converted to minutes per year and what those minutes are per year. So we have a calculation in the static file that is scheduled to be released today or tomorrow morning, the first version. And we are encouraging everybody from our AOIs, just like we did last year, to go ahead and look at that AOI FAE and see if indeed meets with their data that they're showing, since we digest it, take it directly from AZEDS. So the kids are pulled into the static file just like they are for all the other models. And then whether they're counted or not is based on that FAE when they go into the calculations. The other thing too that Katcher mentioned at the end of the other is that 5%, if you have more than 5% of kids that are full-time, then you actually qualify. You're not a program, you're actually going to possibly qualify if you have the end game for a letter grade. So we're looking at this twofold, and we'll be bringing the modeling to the state board. And it seems our early modeling, we worked with school finance and looked at some initial numbers, and then we're actually looking at another calculation with accountability. They seem to be aligned very carefully, and there seems to be a really good cut that is very clear when you're a program that almost all your kids, like 98, 99%, aren't there full time, versus 5% or more. There's not like a lot of 6 or 7%. They all tend to be a little bit higher than that. So we'll bring both that modeling forward and how we model that, and then let the state board make a decision. The AOI groups will take it to the TAC. They will come up with that modeling, and then they'll present it to the state board for their decisions. So that's all the work we're doing on those two main points that will affect AOIs this year. Is 5% are you going to be in, and how is your kids determined as FAE? So if we want to go to the next slide then. So this is pretty much the modeling, how it goes, how it flows out. First of all, we determine, are you a school or are you a program? So that's where that 5% comes in. So if you have more than 5% kids that are full-time student, then yes, you're an AOI school. And then when you follow through the whole thing like you would now, all the AOIs, if they're not deemed officially an alternative school, will follow the K-8 and the 9-12 traditional models, or the hybrid version of that if they cross over grade levels. So you're over 5%. Do you have the end count? You're going to follow the traditional models. If you don't have the 5%, you're seen as an AOI program. And we do know that because those kids are enrolled somewhere else, they are going to be held accountable at another school. We always want to reiterate that when kids are concurrently enrolled, they do show up in more than one static file, but that FAE will determine who is held accountable for them. So even though they may not be full-time there, they are definitely somewhere else where more than likely they are FAEs. So we are holding as many kids accountable, even though the spreadsheet may look like, oh, what happened to that in the 95? Definitely they're probably somewhere else in another file, and we have the data to prove that as well. So that's how that flow chart would work. The next slide. So the next step, basically right now, we are doing a lot of the modeling. We've got all the numbers that they turned in last year for the self-report for the CCRI, what we looked at chronic absenteeism. And as you guys know, all the data we're looking at from 19, 20, 21 have that whole COVID impact in it. Unfortunately affected all the state of Arizona, but we're treating everybody equally so we can see what that impact is. And then as we bring those numbers back forward to the board, we'll bring all those caveats so that they can make informed decisions. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Katcher right now.
Thanks, Wendy. And just a couple things I just want to pick up on what Wendy was talking about. One is we are essentially a year delayed on where we had planned to be, and that's because we We plan to use last year as the modeling year, and we're hoping to roll it out for this school year. But of course, it's kind of hard to model without a statewide assessment, which, despite the board's best efforts, still does play a significant role in the outcome of letter grades for schools. And I don't want to say best efforts in that they lamented that fact. I think the board values having the statewide assessment data in the outcome of the letter grade. But of course, one of the important aspects when the board adopted the new accountability system was coming up with measures that were not just the statewide assessment. That's why we have things like the CCRI, which is a whole litany of ways that schools earn points for reasons largely outside of the statewide assessment. But we were delayed, unfortunately, due to the pandemic on rolling this model out in particular. And then another thing I wanted to mention that sort of doesn't throw a wrench in things, but it's something else that we'll need to consider as well, is there was legislation passed, House Bill 2862, just a couple months ago, or maybe a month and a half ago, that allows schools to provide online or remote instruction outside of an approved AOI if their total instruction time is below or they have a certain amount, I'm sorry, I flipped that, if they have a certain amount of total instructional time that is in a brick and mortar setting. And that's pretty significant because up to this point, really anytime, and I'm sure you all know this as well, anytime a school wanted to provide, largely speaking, online or remote instruction, they either needed the executive orders as part of the pandemic or they needed to get approved as an AOI. And so that's why our board, for example, over the last year, and I know your board as well, has received numerous requests to establish AOIs because schools were uncertain what the future would look like after the executive order flexibility went away. And so we have a whole bunch of AOIs on our books for districts right now who we're not so sure if they're going to continue to put those students in an AOI moving forward, or if they're going to take advantage of the flexibility in the legislation. And we also don't know if that legislation is going to change more, as it looks like it might be proposed to be changed, at least in the budget that's being discussed literally as we speak. But that's an important piece of legislation because that might influence how many AOIs are actually, or how many students are actually being enrolled in AOIs. But if anything, it might, Wendy and I have talked about it very briefly. It is sort of getting at what we were already trying to do in the model, which is make a distinction between a program and a school. So it should help, if anything, but it's a preliminary assessment. So with that, I think we are pretty much wrapped up on the presentation for what we have prepared. So we're happy to answer any questions, and I think we're a little bit early. So we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you so much for that. I do have one question, and you mentioned it. I just don't, I think I didn't quite catch it. So what is the, so what are you guys doing about determining FTE or what students count? Is it that they have to be part 75%? I missed, there was something about 75%. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, President Lee, board members, we go back to that 75% of meetings. So in AZET, schools report the minutes of attendance and the AOIs. So if a student for that school meets that threshold, they will be marked as AOI FAE, and they would be included in any calculations as far as official calculations. That said, if they are enrolled the day we pull the static file, even if they're not FAE, they will be included as well. So you may have a student who's just there taking music, some kind of music class, online music class. Even if they were enrolled on that day, they'll get pulled in, but they wouldn't have the minutes to be included in any calculation. And let me know if that answers your questions or you need further clarification.
Yeah, it does. And then, sorry, I just have one more kind of going off of that. It's 75% of the minutes as of when? The end of July, the end of May?
President Lee, governing board members, thank you for that question again. It is 75% of the time we pulled the static file. So the first time we pulled it was the end of last week. So it would have been all the minutes accumulated up until June 3rd. So it includes almost the whole year.
Okay, that's good. Just we have an AOI, and what I've seen with students and trends is that if you don't pull minutes, you know, a lot of a minute dump is what I like to call it. They, as you guys may know, you know, they kind of dump at the end. So I just was curious about, you know, making sure we account for kind of that piece, right? It's actually the same thing in brick and mortar. All the students are turning in their late work, and same thing, you know, we call it minute dumping, you know, in the online world. So I was just making sure we were catching that. So, you know, sometimes it can look a little different. But then, so you're saying we think for sure there'll be letter grades for the 21-22 or preliminary letter grades for the 21-22 school year?
Sorry, Wendy. You can go, Wendy, if you feel passionately about answering this one, you can go. I mean, you can go.
Passionately, we're going to model and give the state board everything they need to make a decision. I think it's more of a modeling year. Catcher, correct me if I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, presently in the school year that we're currently in will be a modeling year to see, because ordinarily in adopting any of the 8F models, the board, and Wendy knows and loves this to death, wants to see modeling 6 ways to Sunday. And it wants to also not only see the modeling of it, but it wants to vet it and provide the field and the public an opportunity to vet it as well. And when I mean modeling 6 ways to Sunday, they want to see, you know, how the system is impacting schools of different sizes, rural and urban, by FRL is always a big one in the correlation to FRL, and provide the field an opportunity to see if there's something that we were missing, or if there's a gap, or if some type of school is getting disproportionately affected, and all those kinds of good things. And so that's why we're using 2021 school year as a modeling year. And then to your point, hopefully approving for letter grades to be fully adopted and released for the 21-22 school year, which would be released the fall of 2022. The caveat that I need to put on that is the same caveat that would go for really any letter grade for any model, which is, of course, there could be legislation that makes a change to that. But what I had mentioned earlier, which is percent tested, matters a lot in terms of calculating our letter grades. And we have always had 95% tested. And the fact that this spring it looks like we didn't get to 95% tested could, and I don't want to jump the gun here, it's just we haven't really encountered this before, but it could impact the board's confidence, I guess we could say, in the consistency and completeness of the data to issue letter grades. And again, I don't want to jump the gun because maybe the board will feel confident in it. And maybe the ATAX will as well. The committee's advising ADE and the board, and we'll issue recommendations to move forward, or maybe there's accommodations or tweaks we could make. But that is a challenge that we haven't faced before. So I just need to put that caveat out there. But the plan is to have letter grades for the 21-22 school year.
Awesome. No, thank you guys for that information. Board members, do you guys have any questions for them?
I do. This is a board member Wood. Thank you so much for your presentation and helping me to gain a better understanding of the AOI model and where we're at. I have a question because I know that during the COVID season, when many of our babies were forced onto the virtual scene, and now those who are going to stay on that track, the AOI track, with Wi-Fi and things like that, will that impact if they do have those outages or shortages or inabilities to have access to it? Because that happens. What are we going to do about that, and how will that impact any of letter grades or things like that? Could that potentially be a problem if they're not able to get on because of those types of problems? President Lee and Member Wood, that's a good question.
I think that is probably something that would not be addressed. It's probably not something the board would attempt to address on the front end in terms of adopting the model, but it could be something that schools would appeal down the road. Right now, the board would have to revisit its AF policies and procedures. There are certain things that the board considers when it comes to appeals. And usually it's things like circumstances or events that are outside of the school's control, but evidence that the school tried to do something to mitigate those circumstances. So an outage that significantly impacted student learning could be something that's outside of the school's control. But the board also tends to not look so favorably if it's something that impacted the entire state, for example. So that's something that would be like a case-by-case basis through appeals, I would probably assume, rather than something that is considered as part of, just adopting the model. I don't know if Wendy sees it differently.
Thank you, Catcher. Member Wood, board members. I do know that we will be looking at a lot of data this year that we will plan on sharing outside of COVID to include percent tested and items like that. So as we communicate with the schools, we're going to encourage them to look at those numbers and be prepared to speak to their constituents or their parents. There may be a very good reason that you may have 30% tested. It may very well be that there was an outage or some issue. So as we put those numbers out to explain some of these performance numbers, we're also encouraging and working with our schools and preparing them to be able to talk to the field. As you stated, there may have been things out of their control. It also could have been, if they were brick and mortar, that there was just a big movement that would not allow kids to come in for testing. So we know there's a lot of things this year. Had there been letter grades that they may have to address, what that looks like in the future, we really couldn't address right now. I hope that helps.
That definitely helps. Thank you so much.
And President Lee and Member Wood, if I may just add to that, the assessment team at ADE does an incredible job with working with schools to really help them work through any technical issues that they may have. So know that on the front end, ADE does work with schools to help ensure that the students will have access to taking those assessments.
Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome.
Board members, are there any other questions?
President Lee, I have a quick question for Catcher, and I don't know, Catcher, if you're able to answer this, but one of the concerns of the board has been that we just don't have letter grades for or K2 schools. Do you anticipate having those models available in the coming years?
President Lee and Ashley, I know we had some conversations recently about, I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit, but I think you were talking about K2 schools and small schools. We have had some conversations lately about trying to get those done. I think also before before COVID kind of disrupted a lot of things, we were also looking at the district model, which I think is probably more aptly named an LEA model rather than the district model. But it's on the to-do list. I can't recall if it's something that we're going to try to get done. Well, it would be something we were going to try to get done for the 21-22 school year, because that's part of the new system. And one of our goals was, when we get the new system with the new assessment system, it was to try to get all the models certainly that we're required to do, but also that the board wants to do, done at the beginning, rather than what we did this last time, which was we prioritized brick and mortar, which made sense due to the time we had, but then we just really didn't have the time to get back into everything else. So yeah, I think we're hoping to have that done for the 21-22 school year. But I'll be honest, and maybe this is not the answer that you were also hoping for, is our discussion was largely to lean pretty heavily on the models that have already been done for federal accountability. And part of that is because it's already something that's been done and vetted and being used right now. And I think the board's trying to learn some lessons from previous attempts at reinventing the wheel when it doesn't have to.
We can sympathize with that. I understand. Thank you, Catcher.
Can you guys define what a small school is for board members? Because I think that can mean a lot of different. I was muted. Okay, sorry. I did have a question. Can you tell the board what categorizes a small school as a small school?
So Catcher, can I jump in on this one?
Please.
President Lee, charter board members and guests. So A through F has an N count of 10. So that whole impact of a small school is driven by, did you get included? The N count of 10 really brings in so many schools that hardly anybody does get left out. So there's not really a true identification. Like in federal, they can say under 100 enrollment or things like that. But we have schools that may have under 100 enrollment, but as long as they have that 10 FAY count, they're getting included. Now, we do, like Catcher mentioned, we do have the federal model, and it does have a K2 portion of it. And the K2, because there's only like 25 to 27 of them, was automatically built with a small school where things are pulled for 3 years. So nobody's really left behind right now, whether you're a K2 small school or A through F. I don't have the numbers ready handy, how many may not be getting included, but it is a small group that would not have an N count of 10 as long as they have the grades tested. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. And then actually, sorry, this led me to maybe one more question is, do you guys see, now that the tests are not end of course tests, but they're that, that grade level band testing, kind of going back to that method, do you think that AOIs who have more like 12th graders, right, than anything else? Now I'm sorry, not AOIs, alternative schools that we see, have a higher population of 12th graders. Do you see that affecting their model at all?
President Lee, board members. So the alternative model, only 15% is really tied to that assessment portion. There's 85% that include a lot of their on-track graduation credits earned. And literally they get pulled in with that. So that movement away from the end of course really is not negatively impacting the alternative that more won't get included. They actually had more points than anybody last year, available points, when there was no assessment, because their model has such little, I wouldn't say little, it's still an impact of that 15%, knowing whether there was EOCs or not, that they tend to have those 4-, 5-, and 6-year graduates in their mix.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And so if for some reason their N count wasn't high enough for that 15%, does that just not get included as part of their model, but they can still get the A through F without that?
They can definitely still get an A through F grade without having that 15%.
Oh, okay. Perfect. I didn't realize that. Awesome. Okay. All right. That for real is all of my questions, I promise. And so does anyone else, board staff or board members have any other questions?
President Lee, I want to ask a clarifying question of Wendy. Wendy, that's not a total N count of 10, correct? That's an N count of 10 in an individual test. So like 10 third graders, 10 fourth graders.
No, it actually would be, so if we were looking at a K8, as long as there was 10 assessments, regardless of the grade level 3 through 8, they would have been included. That's why that small for A through F is really not as impactful as it used to be, because as long as you have 10 face scores, you will get included.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great question. All right. Well, Wendy and Catcher, thank you so much for your time and braving the board and their questions. We really appreciate it, more than you know. And so thank you so much. It's been AOIs, as you know, are just a big topic of discussion right now. And so we just really appreciate all your hard work and just your time coming before us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the invite.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. I think Ashley, you actually you were gonna, you're Rachel, I believe, and I apologize. I forgot who, but it's probably Rachel. I see her video. Yeah, so it's Rachel. You have some things to talk to us about still on this agenda item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great.
Just before Rachel starts, just to clarify, so Rachel's going to go into probation under under AOIs. That still includes accountability for our AOI schools that we are able to do. So it would be outside of the traditional A through F, but it would be within the AOI accountability in addition to it. All right,
Great,
Rachel.
thank you.
Okay, so President Lee, board members, good morning. Ashley asked me to keep this pretty high level. I'm going to do my best. I'm not great at that. So as we all know, accountability in the portfolio is really important to all of us, staff and board members. So I think now that we've kind of gotten to the tail end of Ketcher and Wendy's presentation, I think it's important to think about how this impacts your ability to hold these schools accountable. So I want to kind of start with what we know, just to highlight. So we know many of our AOIs will receive a letter grade through the AOI accountability model. We also know that many of our AOIs will receive a letter grade through the alternative accountability model. But it is our understanding and belief that we are going to have some of our AOIs break FAE and possibly not receive a letter grade. We have seen this in the past. And we have seen, I know Wendy mentioned there's a small number of small schools, but most of those small schools are charters in our portfolio. And some of them can be AOIs. So the first thing I want to make sure that the board is aware of is that all of the newly approved AOIs are going to be monitored in the upcoming year as first year schools. So this is going to be a full compliance check, a visit, we're still figuring out what that looks like, and an academic discussion. This is also going to be the case for any AOI in its second year, because we did have a few open this past year, and any AOIs that are operated under a charter that will undergo a 5-year interval review. So I know President Lee has experience with this. LEAD was in 5-year interval review last year. Their AOI was part of that. For those schools that are in second or fifth year, it's also going to include a collection by staff and review of their academic documentation. So that's the first thing we know. The second thing we know is it's important to remember that AOIs that receive a letter grade, whether it's through the AOI model or the alt model, can be held accountable by the board in the same manner that we hold our traditional schools accountable. So this means if they receive an F letter grade, they will be brought to the board for consideration of revocation or reinstatement, which, as you know, is typically done through a consent agreement. So we do have a mechanism to hold those AOIs in that 3-year probationary period accountable, as well as continuing AOIs. But the third thing we know is that the recently approved AOIs were approved on a probationary status for the first 3 years, which is required by statute. Your motion language included that. But we don't have any approved metrics to move the schools to permanent status. And it's my understanding SBE doesn't either. For those receiving a letter grade, I think this is pretty simple. You have to be an A or a B or a C in that second and third year, because it's important to know first year schools don't ever receive a letter grade currently. D schools, we might need to have a conversation because technically that means they don't meet the board standards. But that means the schools that don't receive a letter grade, those ones that are going to not be in that FAE category or have enough N count, are going to be the ones that are tricky to figure out what to do with them in that 3-year period. So I would have loved to come to you today and say, staff has a plan for how to handle this, but we don't. Although we do have some ideas about this. And as we were reworking the AOI amendment, we did talk through some scenarios in the absence of data from 20 and any additional information. We don't have a plan yet. So we're probably going to have to kind of sit on this until we get data from ADE, until SBE goes through some of their modeling for 21, and then we can kind of hammer out where we're headed with this. But knowing that we have to go that direction, we wanted to get this in front of you today and talk through if you guys have any thoughts on what this might look like, what questions or concerns that you have. I also want you to know that we are looking to, I have a meeting tomorrow, we are looking to work with an outside entity to kind of beef up what our AOI visits look like, make them more comprehensive in nature, not more so than our traditional schools, but more appropriately to what an AOI does. So I have some questions prepared to ask you and kind of help us have a discussion, but I would love this to be a more organic discussion amongst board members. I know many of you have expressed some concerns about AOI accountability during your approvals. Does anybody have anything they want to ask or share to get us started, or I can just jump in with questions?
This is Rachel, the other Rachel. Hi. I think, I'm sure you're aware of this. I think my biggest just sort of feeling right now is that this is the place where all the hard work we've done around accountability and building the fact that we genuinely hold schools accountable and we believe in accountability, all those things, this is where it could really fall apart. And so I don't mean that in a mean way. I think you guys are gonna do really, really great work, right? This is just a tough environment. So I appreciate the work. I'm mostly just giving you kudos that I think, yes, it's important. I don't actually have an answer. So I'm just going to share that I am looking forward to a rich discussion because I don't want Member Swanson to have to write a letter every day to the newspaper about how hard we work. But that might be what happens if we can't figure this out. So now you're on point, Jim, if you want to get your letters ready. But I think all of us paying attention to this is going to be really important.
Rachel?
Yes, Jim.
Member Yanoff, Chairman Lee, Ashley, ditto. This is, I really worry about this a lot. And I'd love to hear if the superintendent has anything to say about this. I'm just worried that the structure of this AOI will allow people to be looking more at the business than the student in this model, and really concerned about long-term impacts of people in these models rather than in a traditional model. And I may be a dinosaur, but I just feel like if we, that there's maybe letting a genie out of the bottle that we can't get back in at some point is a real risk. And we need to be really on top of this. And I don't know how to do it. And so I'm probably just saying what Rachel said in a different way, but I don't know. You guys got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, I thirdly echo, so I won't repeat everything, but what both Rachel and Jim have said. And I have a question or maybe something to think about. It's just a small piece of accountability overall, but I know when a school comes before us, it's actually, I believe it's the charter and not necessarily the individual school that comes before us. So like if one school, and correct me if I'm wrong, so if I have a charter that has 3 schools, let's say, and one is an F, and that school gets put on a consent agreement and stays an F, let's say forever, let's make an extreme case. So they're coming up for revocation, right? We want, or for closure. We don't close just that school down. We close the entire charter down. Is that correct?
No.
President Lee.
Sorry, Ashley, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. President Lee and members, no, if a charter has multiple schools under its charter and one of them is an AOI, we would just close down the one school. So if a school receives an F letter grade, we close down that school, not the entire charter. However, if the charter only has one school and that one school does receive an F letter grade, then it would be a revocation of the charter contract.
Sure. And that would be appropriate. So, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that we have it somewhere to where, we've seen such an influx of brick and mortars having these AOIs that I would hate for, maybe they realize they bit off more than they can chew, or just a different modality that they don't, they decide they don't want to do. And so then, we're closing down the entire charter when maybe they have a whole portfolio of successful brick and mortar schools. So it sounds like we have that taken care of. So that's good. What are the chances of us having an accountability model for the 21-22 school year? Or I mean, us having where we can monitor some, like where we can actually bring, and maybe we wouldn't be bringing AOIs in front of us at that point, but where we can at least say, hey, if we were going to bring someone, you would have been the one that we brought, or something like that, for the next school year.
So I think it's important to remember that any AOI that's opening in the upcoming school year is considered a first year school. First year schools, traditional or AOI, do not receive letter grades. SBE took action on that, I believe, 2 years ago. So those AOIs are not going to receive a letter, even if they weren't modeling for 21 and all of the things. Those AOIs would not have received a letter grade in 22 regardless. Their first year of letter grade is going to be 23.
And when you say 23, that's the 23-24 school year?
22-23.
Okay, I always forget which.
That's okay.
Okay.
President Lee.
Yes, please, Superintendent Hoffman.
I feel like Member Swanson called to me, so I wanted to jump in here. I will echo as well. This is incredibly important, and it is very unfortunate that due to all the technical pieces of it, that we do have to put our due diligence into getting it right before, like what we're hearing, that it's going to take a year or two to really put this into effect. That is hard to hear because it is so important, and we're not the only state grappling with this right now, or even looking at, I serve on the Board of Regents as well, and they're also updating their metrics around online education for the 3 state universities. So I do think that theirs looks very different than what we would be considering here. But I do think that we should be continuing to study other models, what other states are doing, and seeing if there's other ways to capture the data besides just the A through F grade in the short term. Like, can we use other data, benchmarks, like what else is available to us that we could be using in the meantime? Because I am worried with the rapid growth of AOIs and the number of students participating in online education. We just don't want to let this go unstudied or unevaluated, unmonitored for the next year or two. So that's my 2 cents.
So I think it's important to note that those that opened this year likely will have test scores because depending on what percent tested they hit. So we will have some data from this current year, but how solid that data is going to be based on the year we've had, who knows? Next year, those new AOIs are going to get tested. We will have testing data. We just won't have letter grades. So we'll have some information. So there's a possibility we could try to use some of that proficiency and growth data, because I think that's important to consider. And looking at those schools through a different lens than a letter grade, but that's going to require the board to come up with a plan and take action to adopt some sort of interim plan. But we also want to be cautious that we're not holding the AOIs to a higher standard than we're holding our traditional brick and mortar schools, which is it's going to be hard because they do look very different. But I do think it's also important to note we have quite a few schools in the portfolio only serving K2, or that, like I said, are small and are going to fall below that end count, because we saw it in 18 and 19. You had one before you this morning. And so I think it's important to remember that we're going to have a handful of schools that are not going to have letter grades, and we may need to come up with a plan for how we're going to handle all of those schools when letter grades start being issued. But I think for 21, we don't have letter grades for AOIs or traditional, and in 22, we don't know what it's going to look like yet. So I'm looking forward to getting some data from ADE and trying to start working through a plan. But because internal benchmark data was mentioned, let me ask this question of board members. Does using internal data work for you? Do you trust that data? What's going to make you trust that data? I'm curious because I've heard some comments in some meetings. What thoughts are there?
Okay, so I normally try to ask board members first, but Rachel, you already know I'm going to chime in on this one.
I knew you would, but
so I'm pretty against it, to be perfectly honest. Just in my world, what I've seen is kind of boots on the ground is that certain benchmarks I think are more accurate than others, even though every benchmark company can give you a study about how theirs is the most accurate. I don't think the data correlates well, and I think that can get schools, well, one, I just think it's really tough, right? Because I think it gets harder to verify that the school's actually giving you the data that includes their sped students, or not even sped, but let's just talk about their low students, or maybe they kick a kid out, or it gets really murky for me. I also think then we rely on the benchmark itself. And I think there's some really high standard benchmarks. And I think there's some that are not as high standard, where they show higher passing rates versus, what I would consider more of the gold standard benchmarks. And then we're having to make decisions on what qualifies or what doesn't qualify, or we just let all of them. And some schools make their own benchmarks that don't have the data that supports, right? Like some of the ones that you can purchase. And so now you're really talking about, and that could force schools to do that, right? Because if you're now tying my letter grade, well, now maybe I'm going to do internal benchmarks so my kids show well. There's opportunity for that. So I know I'm a little passionate on this topic just because I just get a little nervous with when people say those things. I would love for it to be, I would love for it to work. I don't think that it does personally, but I guess I don't have data that backs that up though, that it doesn't work. So except for just my own experience as a teacher and the data that we've done. I mean, I was responsible for the data analysis of our schools between our benchmark data and what was actually being achieved on state testing, and taking it a step further to what the grades students were actually achieving in the classroom, because those are three different things. And I don't want to call out benchmarking systems. So, we found one that, they gave me the packet of data that said that they were highly correlated, and never once did they predict properly. We've since adopted a new system and unfortunately haven't been able to test it out just because we haven't gotten our data back yet. And this was our first year with it. But I think this model, the new one that we did, will give us some more accurate data, but just, I don't know. So that's, I guess, just my personal experience being kind of boots on the ground in a school. So.
Ashley, Rachel, you said, this might be a stupid question and may insult educators, but why can't we hold them to a higher standard? You've made a statement that we can't hold them to a higher standard because of the riskiness of this pool that we are using our judgment to apply to this pool of people, and the lack of data. Why can't we say they need to be held to a higher standard?
President Lee and Member Swanson, by you holding them to another standard or a higher standard than our traditional schools or other schools under different models, we would need to look at updating our performance frameworks, because you're ultimately making a determination on closure, right? So if you're saying that for these probationary schools that they're not meeting the board's expectations, it would likely be a closure determination. And right now, the board, based on academics, we are only closing schools down based on F letter grades. So if you're looking to change that, then we can. But I think not having the data and not having valid and reliable data, I think we should move forward with caution if we are going to use other data to make a closure determination.
Fair enough. See, it was a stupid question.
No, it's not stupid. I think, so for many of the board members who haven't been on the board for a long time, this board in the past did have its own accountability system. So when I made the comment to Catcher about having to make our own or start from square one on putting together an accountability system, we did do that. And quite frankly, it got to a situation where, due to the will of the charter community and other stakeholders, the board went back to utilizing the state accountability and federal accountability that is approved by the State Board of Education and AD.
So Ashley, this is Board Member Stratton. So are there federal guidelines that exist now for the delivery of education via AOI? Do those exist anywhere?
President Lee and Board Member Stratton, I am not aware of any. I don't know if any other board members are, but no, right now I'm not aware of
Okay.
best practices or accountability for AOIs that are out there. I know that many folks are grappling with the same issues and same conversation that we're having right now
Because
with
I
AOIs.
do take, note of Board Member Swanson's question, and I think, it's triggered kind of an additional question or thought in my mind that, I understand your response in terms of holding AOI to a higher standard, right? To specifically answer his question, but how about to a different standard? There's a difference between a higher standard and a different standard because, and I think where at least Board Member Swanson's question is leading me is that there may well be different things that we want to assess out of AOI versus a traditional form of curriculum because of the unique nature of the delivery system, right? I mean, there are going to be certain functionalities with AOI that won't exist or won't exist to the same level perhaps as with a traditional brick and mortar approach. And so I think that's part of the challenge, right, is anticipating and identifying what those things are and then creating a framework in which to evaluate, because I believe all AOI should be evaluated consistently and within the same framework, but perhaps that framework should differ slightly from other delivery systems, if that makes sense.
Board Member Stratton, would you be able to just give me an example as to like what those nuances are that you'd be looking for an AOI?
Sure. So, some things come to mind now, and it would focus, I think, more on maybe the robustness of the platform, what type of experience they're receiving, the interactiveness of the communication, other things that would address those sorts of, concerns maybe between sitting in front of a computer screen and being educated versus being in a live classroom. Maybe there are things in the platform and the software and in just the logistics of the delivery system, right? That would be different. It would be something that we would want to make sure of, because like in everything else, I'm sure all software and all delivery systems are not created equally. And so there could be cases where, there are better forms of AOI versus others, just off the top of my head.
I think something to keep in mind that's that I forget to for AOIs is we want to be careful, I think, not to evaluate what platform an AOI has chosen, right? Like, and just not to try to get into the weeds of that, right? Like, versus like, oh, well, do they have, this platform that provides a video versus this platform that provides text, or this, like, I just want to be a little careful of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that, because there could be platforms that are just, junky platforms that are not meeting the best interest of the kids.
But wouldn't the data show that?
If we're asking the right questions, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, I get a little nervous about recommending, like, just because we're a portfolio of school choice. Mm-hmm. And so there's been schools that have come up where honestly I've been like, yeah, I totally would not send my kid to that platform because I don't think it's best. But they're, and I've never publicly said that, obviously, but they've come before us, and then their test scores are great. And so obviously for that population, it worked. You know what I mean? So I just want to make sure that we're careful that we're not judge and jury on those pieces. That's where I think you need the data, right? Because if sure. What they do sounds a little, maybe non-traditional than what you would think or what I would think or whoever would think, that it's, as long as the data supports that their kids are learning at a successful rate and they're showing growth, et cetera, that we wouldn't discount that in the realm of charter schools and school choice. That would be my only, not that I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Member Stratton. I just would want us to be really careful with that piece, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But I wonder, Ashley, I think all of us are really concerned about there just not being accountability for AOI. And without knowing, and I think obviously anybody that you ask is going to say, we hope there's letter grades, for the 21-22 school year, but they're not going to guarantee anything because they're smart and don't want to lose their job in case it doesn't happen. I don't know. Obviously we could go to reinvent, to reinventing our own wheel, I suppose, for online schools like we've done in the past, right? And try to make it to where it is equitable, like for what the other standards are. So different, but equitable. Like I think Member Swanson was kind of talking about, and Member Stratton was talking about. I just wonder if we're putting the cart before the horse before having that conversation, or to have that conversation, because if they do have letter grades, and this conversation really needs to happen after those letter grades come out, we can look at the letter grades and then we can hold them accountable in our current system. But if they don't, I guess it's a double-edged sword, because if they don't, then we're a year behind, and now we start it. And so do we just push it off again? So, I mean, I get it. I want accountability now, but I just don't know the best route to take.
I think the reality, President Lee, board members, is that knowing that we aren't going to have letter grades for 21 for any of our schools, and knowing that the newly approved AOIs, the ones that this probationary status applies to, aren't going to get letter grades in 22 because they're first year schools. I hate to say it, but we can push this down the road a little bit, and kind of have to, because of those two factors. But I think today we want to open this up for conversation so that staff can kind of know where the board is heading in their thinking, and so that you all know that you can reach out to staff if you have an idea or a question individually, so that we can kind of start thinking these things through. Because I think the reality is we're going to need to have a plan for 23, a hard and fast plan for 23. And so we want to get our heads around this early and be ready for that so that we can do that. And whether that means looking at proficiency and growth data in the absence of letter grades, or if it means looking at other metrics, some of the things we've tossed around are course completion rates, or dropout rates, or graduation rates, possibly on a 5-year cohort instead of a 4-year cohort. I think just knowing that, I think the point today is we want you to know that we're really taking a hard look at this. And there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes to kind of muddle through this right now in the absence of much data. And once we start getting that additional data, especially for, I think this year's data, as wonky as it might be, might actually be very helpful, because there were a lot of schools doing distance learning for a good chunk of the year. So I think we want you to know today we're thinking about this. We want to hear your opinions. We want your voices heard on this so that we can kind of come up with a plan for the 22, 23 fiscal years that will work for you and that we can bring to you for approval in a board meeting.
This is a board member Wood. Thank you, Rachel, for that. Real quick, because I am new and I'm really trying to get caught up on everything. Our first year schools that are normal, traditional brick and mortar, who are in their first year, they don't get their letter grade. What are we doing with them? How are we reviewing them and evaluating them the first year? I just have a question on that.
So in terms of accountability, holding them to a standard for academics, we really don't. We go do the first year visit. We discuss their curriculum, assessment, monitoring, instruction, and professional development. We do that in comparison to the plan that was approved either through the new school amendment request or the new charter application. We confirm that they're in alignment with that. That visit is more, frankly, it is more about compliance and education and ensuring adherence to their plans than anything else, because I worked in a first year school and you spend that whole first year just trying to get your plan in place and solid. And we need to give them a year to do that. And I believe that's the biggest reason why SBE took the action not to assign those letter grades to the first year schools. In the second year, we start collecting all that documentation to see, okay, you told us what your plan was. We came out and kind of checked and had that spot check in the first year. Now show us you're doing it through documents. And that's when they're going to get their letter grade. And that second year is when we really, the accountability piece starts to come into play in light of this discussion.
Okay. I just want to know, because I know that with the AOIs, big deal is making sure the children are actually, the students are actually logged in, actually learning or there for instruction time? And is there some mechanism or some way that we can measure that as well? Because I know there's a certain number of instruction hours that every child should have each week. Am I correct?
That is correct. Ashley, do you want to address that?
Yeah, is there a way that we can measure to make sure those students are doing their hours per week of instruction time, making sure they're getting that?
So there is our minute requirements for AOIs. With that being said, though, they're only funded for those students that are receiving or doing classwork for those minutes. So are you looking at potentially trying to say that this, well, it's tough, right? Because a student could be at an AOI part-time, right? They could be just there to take one class, or they could be there full-time, take all of their classes. So what you could look at is, are they logging in and completing their course? And I think this is what Rachel had mentioned previously. Are they completing their courses that they're enrolling in? Right.
And for the and I'm going to touch base with what Rachel just said. In the first year, we're trying to get compliance straight. Are you doing what your charter said, what you said you're going to do in this plan? So if we know that they have part-time students, you know, we have 25% of our students are part-time or whatever that is, then are we tracking that to say, okay, if that's a part-time student, if they're only doing this, are they completing the number of minutes or hours or whatever they need to be in compliance with what you say they're supposed to do? I mean, I just think there's a way for us to make sure these young people are logging in, doing what they need to do. They are learning. They are at least getting their instruction time prior to us getting a letter grade, because we know that'll build into that at some point. But I don't know how else to ask that question, but that's what's in my mind, where I'm thinking that's a way to track that the students are actually there doing the work, because I think there's some concern about whether the young people are going to be dialed in doing what they're supposed to do and who's monitoring that and making sure they're learning and growing.
Can I just throw another little comment about, so just so you guys know, with the way minutes are tracked, minutes don't have to be tracked by a system. So what I mean by that is like the minutes that get submitted to a state for an AOI aren't necessarily in theory, they should be the minutes that a student is actually working. Okay. Mm-hmm. But in actuality, a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, I actually don't know the number. Some AOIs have parents submit a weekly affidavit that literally just says, my kid attended online school for 6 hours a day, or for 30 hours a week. Here you go. There's my signed thing. It's literally something you log into the parent system, like into the portal, you click 30, it's already pre-filled. You just click OK. You do that every single week. So that's where I say it gets really tricky, right? Mm-hmm. So then you have schools who are doing their actual minutes, and they will look worse than schools who have developed this affidavit system. So that way they can guarantee their one FTE. So that's where I go back to, like, it's just such a nuanced piece when we start talking about the individual aspects of AOIs and like what is actually verifiable, what should we hold them accountable to? Because in theory, Ms. Wood, I think everything you said is correct. Those students need to be monitored, their minutes, need to be monitored. But again, you have schools, and I would argue probably quite a few, and again, I don't know, but that use an affidavit model, which then now your model is thrown out the window. Because as a parent, like if my kid was at an AOI, I'm not sitting there tracking. I'm just going, okay, because it takes me 5 seconds. And that's perfectly legal and allowable, because the other side of that, what a school would tell you is the reason why they do that is because not the students have to be logged into the platform for the minutes to be tracked. And so when a student is taking a virtual field trip, or when a student is working in pencil paper, not logged into the system, or when they're doing their sustained silent reading, none of that is tracked. So how do you track that? Through the parent? So it's a double-edged sword. You can't just go, well, we should throw the affidavit out. Well, but then how do you track, are you really then expecting a parent to send you a log that they do every few minutes? Like, I can't even get parents to sign, withdrawal forms, or, you know what I mean? Like field trip forms, right? Let alone track their students' minutes. And you're talking, some AOIs have thousands of kids, right? So and that's where I kind of go back to, like, maybe our system really should kind of be equal, but that we come up with a plan, like, and I think Rachel gave a bunch of actually really good examples of what do we do when there's no letter grade. Like, that's where I think maybe the conversation needs to go, is like, okay, if there's no letter grades, then what can we, if we want to, use in lieu of letter grades for that portion? And I think the examples that Rachel used, like proficiency, like, because we would have this testing, so like testing proficiency, the growth. If there is FAE by year 3, there would be FAE, FAE scores could be part of that. Like, are they showing growth from year to year? Or are they declining? Like, those are all metrics that I feel like are unbiased, maybe, or I don't know what word I'm looking for, but not easily manipulated. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Thank you. It's sorry, my son's saying hi to you. That we could use. Like, I think that's kind of where I would love to see, like, it go anyway. But I don't want to dominate this conversation or feel like I just want everybody, there's just some weird things about, not weird, but just unique things about AOIs to think about. So
that's helpful. That's very helpful, because you're obviously in it more than I am. So I'm glad you've taken the time to share that. So appreciate that.
And Ashley, if I'm not incorrect, check me if I am. The ADM audit unit at ADE does dig into this when they do an ADM audit of an AOI, correct?
That is correct.
So Member Wood, what you're asking about, kind of spot checking and minutes and all of that, is checked by ADE when a school undergoes what's called an ADM audit. So they're checking to make sure the students they're being funded for are actual students completing the number of hours that are required. And so that does get checked by ADE at those kind of checkpoints.
And could we incorporate some of that information as well, or no? Just because there's some I guess what Board President Lee was saying is there's a lot of subjectivity in some of that they're collecting, because the parents are signing some sort of affidavit. Am I correct?
So with regard to the ADM audits, those are actually findings of compliance. And so what we do when we receive those findings, it doesn't affect the academics of the school, but rather we indicate a finding on the operational dashboard for compliance. So we do utilize those findings. But I think it should be noted that not all of our schools get ADM audits frequently. It's actually very infrequent in which they receive those ADM audits. I want to say there's just a small handful of our schools that receive an ADM audit each year. And I know Superintendent Hoffman may be able to speak to that a little bit more, but it is not the majority of our schools are getting audits each year.
So Ashley, are we over on time?
We are. I think President Lee and board members, at this time, I think we've heard your concern, and I think board staff agrees and understands with your concern, and we hear you. We will work really hard with the State Board of Education and ADE to figure out what we can do in the interim and see what we can do with regard to AOI accountability post and prior to getting letter grades, and figuring out what those processes will look like, and making sure that we keep it within a lens of ensuring accountability, making sure that these students are receiving a high quality education within this newer model that is going to be potentially significantly expanded in the coming years. So we will make sure to keep you all updated and informed, but I think this was a good conversation just for board staff to hear where your concerns are, and potentially thinking a little bit more creatively as to how we can implement new processes in the future.
Awesome. Thank you, Ashley, Rachel, board members, just for the discussion and comments. And yeah, hopefully we can, get something set up so we have a solid plan by the end of the 21-22 school year. That would be, I think, the goal. And it sounds like that we will hear from ADE maybe by the end of 21. So by December, hopefully, and kind of know and that'll give us a few months to figure out which direction that we will go in. So, all right. So we have two options here, you guys. We can take the scheduled break, or we can, I know that the next item, the presenters are ready to present if you would like to do that, or we can take the 30-minute break. Board members, do you have a preference? Someone, anyone?
This is Rachel Yanoff. I'm cool with powering through as long as you understand that we might have to step up and go to the potty because we're humans. But other than that, I would prefer ending early and relieving my grandma of baby duty.
Perfect. And if
President Lee, this is Hans. I'm fine with working through as well.
Okay, good. Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wood. All right, perfect. Then that's typically what I prefer to do too. So we'll go ahead and power through. Please, guys, if you need to, take a quick bathroom break, just make sure your camera's off, okay? And that'll be great. So, all right, then we will go ahead and move on to agenda item G. Our 2021 legislative recap presentation, and I believe we have Matthew Simon on the line with us.
Hello, President Lee and board members. I will try to share. Ashley, it's not saying I can share my screen. Oh.
Dan, can you go ahead and give Matt permission?
Oh, there we go.
Got it. Okay.
President Lee, members, thank you so much for having me present to you all for your 2021 retreat. For those of you who are not familiar, I'm with Great Leaders Strong Schools. We are a 501c4 nonprofit focused on putting all of Arizona's K-12 students first. Our key areas of focus are really on equal access, student funding, and we've broken that down into a couple of different pillars with flexibility, autonomy, and modernizing, innovation and transparency. When it comes to the charter portfolio and charter schools, it really hits on all of those different pieces. Charter schools have different school finance mechanisms. We talk a lot about equal access. We'll hit on some of those pieces. There was a robust discussion about AOIs and different innovative models that might be there and how to assess them differently, as well as being able to transparently see all of that information. I know some of you, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting all of you. So just to give you some background, my name is Matthew Simon. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs and Advocacy for Great Leaders Strong Schools. Prior to coming back to my home state of Arizona in March, I was Congresswoman Debbie Lesko's Chief of Staff. And prior to that, I was the Senate Majority Policy Advisor for Education. So I've had the pleasure of working with Ashley in her various roles and some of your other staff members and some of the board members as well. For some additional context, I was a former high school science teacher with Teach for America in the Mississippi Delta Corps. In 2011, I taught high school life science in a rural town of 2,500 in Arkansas on the Mississippi Delta. So I love hearing conversations about instruction and different pieces. And so it's always great to have that lens of teaching and instruction. It's funny that this is a legislative recap when we're all kind of wondering, when will we be able to recap? Nothing's ever dead until they adjourn, sine die. When I had made this presentation originally, both chambers had decided to recess until June 10th, and or they could come back sooner with 24 hours notice. That occurred over Friday and the weekend, and the House is currently on the floor having some interesting discussions and votes on various parts of the budget. So to the point about the FY 2022 budget, it's not going to be the traditional where you see it happen in that 3-day span, usually with similar bills going over and then crossing over. And so a lot is yet to be determined. So we're going to talk about some things that have already passed during this legislative session, as well as what we know now. But there were some major education bills that have been signed into law. There are still a lot of big pending issues and policy components that are wrapped up into the fiscal 22 budget that we'll go over. So a lot of asterisks and to be determined, because a lot can happen as we're having this conversation. Just to give you a recap on some of I tried to, rather than go through all of the education bills that are out there, a lot sometimes just focus on charters, some affect system-wide, some affect just district governance structures. Some of the big pieces that I put out here deal with right out of the gate this session, the legislature and the governor signed a bill with regards to non-certificated persons at school districts and charter schools and disciplinary actions for immoral and unprofessional conduct, and kind of some safety precautions associated with that. So I know that the charter board will be working to make sure that there's compliance associated with that, along with the work that they already do on fingerprint clearance cards, but really having to work with the board and the department on any disciplinary actions that are taken against the non-certificated person. You all had a robust conversation about A to F accountability right now, so I'm sure you're pretty familiar on the additional one-year pause that the legislature put into place and the implication of that with the pause for the 2020-2021 school year as well as the previous year. And so those conversations are going to continue to happen. I'm sure there will be a lot of stakeholder input over the next year as we continue to figure out what our new normal is as we work our way out of this pandemic. But so I won't go too far into that, since that's been a conversation you all had a robust discussion about. There was a similar exemption placed for charter schools and school districts with regards to teacher evaluation. So another large compliance piece that was waived as part of pandemic waivers that were codified into law this session. A big bill that we're going to dive into a little bit more that I'm sure you all have had some conversations about. I know we've talked with charter board staff, the department, and the state board on is House Bill 2862, which was sponsored by Representative Udall, that allowed for school districts and charter schools to adopt different instructional models that allows for innovative or non-traditional models, still requires the same amount of instructional hours over the year, but through different specified modes. And then finally, another big bill that affected system-wide was also sponsored by Representative Udall, that dealt with reforms to school discipline and how school districts and charter schools policies have to be for younger students, particularly prohibited expelling students younger than 7 years old, also added some mitigation or aggravating factors for younger students if expulsion was on the table, and what that is. House Bill 2862 was something that Great Leaders Strong Schools was a primary advocate of during this legislative session. We were very excited to see that get passed by the legislature with strong bipartisan support and then be signed by Governor Ducey. Basically, the problem being solved here is, schools in Arizona had to make major adjustments during the pandemic when we moved to all remote learning. Some were doing hybrid, some were still trying to make in-person work. So there were all these different things that people were having to do. Further, we've been having conversations in Arizona for quite some time about schools being able to modify instructional time and models to meet the needs of students without the risk of losing funding, being able to innovate and think differently. We talked, I was listening to the conversation from Member Wood about instructional minutes and ADM audits. And so how there were really strict guardrails and requirements associated with that, where you had to meet very specific pieces and you couldn't really deviate outside of that, even if it's what the students needed. And so this House Bill 2862 really focused on both pandemic related waivers and flexibilities, as well as long-term innovation that we want to see happen in Arizona. And so what the bill did is it allowed for school district governing boards and charter school governing bodies, after 2 public hearings, to adopt instructional time models to meet the minimum annual instructional times and hour requirements, but basically allow for how that is built up over the year to be different. It's used for determining ADM, daily attendance, student counts, and any other purpose relating to instructional time or hours. I think it's important that although this is really increased flexibility, they still have to meet the minimum course of study. They still have to meet the annual instructional times. It's just really giving them the flexibility within those large guardrails. And you know, it can be met with, you know, if a school wants to move to a project-based learning, independent learning time, mastery-based instruction, and really kind of combine or hybrid and move into these different type of models that work for if there's a new innovative charter coming to you all who wants to try something new, and really have that instructional model be their driving force. Their funding can kind of wrap around that. It's not just into this one size fits all box. One of the other things that was in the bill that allowed was for putting in statute thresholds for allowing a combination of in-person and remote instruction. We really wanted to make sure that we were still giving schools flexibility to meet the needs of students. Some families really like this hybrid approach. Some want to go back all the way into in-person instruction. And so for the upcoming school year, schools will be allowed to go to 50% of their total instructional time in a remote setting. And then school year 22-23, that would be dropped to 40% of instructional time. There are some logistics surrounding that in the statute where if a school goes above that threshold, their funding would be reduced to the AOI level of funding, which is at 95%. There is a technical correction in the K-12 education budget verb that aligns with making sure that those thresholds are assessed at the school site level and not at the system level. You know, one of the things that we identified as a flexibility, whereas if a network or a school district wanted to just choose one school or a cluster of schools to try this different instructional model or utilize these flexibilities, they didn't have to do it system-wide. But we want to make sure that those flexibilities are assessed and those thresholds are assessed at the school site level, not at the entire system level. So there is some language associated in the budget bill that's still pending. I do know, due to the great work of your staff, we've had conversations as they continue to communicate to schools, and I know ADE has also issued preliminary guidance as well on this to communicate to schools of how that affects if they have an AOI or if they were thinking about going to an AOI or if they want to offer some of this remote instruction but still be a brick and mortar. What does that look like? And so a lot of those conversations are continuing to happen. So we appreciate the work of the department and the charter board and the State Board of Education with starting to think through those items and those implementation barriers. Again, I'm going to put a lot of caveats and asterisks to the state budget, as we know that this can continue to change, but I stuck to some of the main pieces for charters. Charters, as has been in the past, is getting a charter additional assistance inflation increase of 1.21%. That is also going with a base support level increase, which is all schools in Arizona receive this part of the funding, an $84.92. That includes not only the additional assistance, not only the general inflation increase, not the additional assistance, the general inflation increase of 1.21%, but also some other items that they're wrapping up into the base support level. There's also been some movement on special education and gifted funding weights, which all schools will be able to take advantage of. They're increasing weights for a total of $50 million. That's mostly in the self-contained classroom space, really expensive students in the special education space, as well as an increase in another space, as well as an additional one-time $5 million deposit into the Extraordinary Special Needs Fund, which is a fund that's been in statute for quite some time, but never really had any dollars sent to it. They're making some statutory adjustments with how schools apply for that money or who's available for those resources. But the purpose of that fund is to have a place for schools if a student shows up or they are severely exceeding the amount of resources allocated for that student. Schools have the ability to apply for additional resources. In talking with some other schools this year, we know that other schools apply to the federal version of this that ADE has with their regular reserve or withholding from federal funds that they have access to. So this is similar to the state version of that. A couple of other additional pieces that are in here, transportation modernization grants and in lieu of policy with regards to transportation. We'll dive into that a little bit more since that was a Great Leader Strong Schools policy. There is going to be a development of a school level financial transparency portal. In 2017, the legislature passed some additional school level financial transparency requirements. And this is just really taking it to an additional level to have a publicly available portal, moving away from spreadsheets and allowing the public to really go and understand the resources that their school is getting compared to other schools and really digest the data in a different way that's more easily accessible to the regular public. It did maintain results-based funding at $68 million, as well as the state charter board has its IT platform upgrade in there for about $600,000. And when we get into questions, I'm happy to dive into other parts of the budget. Wanted to talk a little bit about the transportation innovation policies that are in the budget. Great Leader Strong Schools, in partnership with its sister organization, Aid for Arizona, talks to both district and charter leaders, where we hear from school leaders who really talk about transportation being a pain point for them, either on the district side, where it is a cumbersome expense, where there's not a ton of ability to innovate because you generate miles through route miles and you have to use a certain bus and you have to do it a certain way and there's limits associated with it, and you can't generate transportation funding outside of kind of those guardrails. On the charter side, some charters offer a broader transportation program, others do not. So the first thing that you'll see in the budget that Great Leader Strong Schools was advocating for was what's called an in lieu of transportation grant. We've seen this in other parts in the country. New Jersey as an entire state, Philadelphia public schools, Boston public schools. And what this does is it allows school districts and charter schools to utilize their already existing resources if they'd like to provide an in lieu of grant to parents. It's totally optional, but if a school district wants to, or a charter school wants to engage in this to provide transportation grants to parents, we wanted to make sure that schools have the flexibility to do so. So this could be providing grants to parents to organize a carpool, to provide route mileage, whatever it might be to help them get to that school. The other piece of this is a transportation modernization innovation grant that would be run by the state. And so there's $10 million appropriated for fiscal year 2022 and $20 million appropriated for fiscal year 2023. And these grants would be administered by ADOA. And what this is really is an opportunity for schools to try new and innovative ideas to improve access to student school of choice, charter schools, or district open enrollment, find safer and more reliable transportation options, and produce more innovative and efficient transportation options for students. Right now, there's not a ton of opportunity for schools to try something different without being penalized either with losing funding, not triggering the funding under the transportation support level. And so we really want schools to think creatively about the different options that they could have. For charters specifically, this could be about charters wanting to create a small fleet van program to access different pockets of zip codes of students that are having trouble transporting to school. For school districts, this could be doing the same with some of their open enrollment kids where they have trouble or inefficient routes that don't make sense, or they can't, even though they have the ability to go out into an area, it doesn't make sense for them to do that. So could they pilot something else? For those that are in a close proximity to a school, who are within a mile of a school, under current guidance, policy guidance from ADE, they can't generate route miles. So maybe that looks like them setting up a bicycle or scooter program for them to get to school. Because even though a mile is walkable, in a lot of respects, it might not be the safest option. It also, during heat, it's still pretty hot in August and September and in May. And so we want to give schools an opportunity to be able to think innovatively. This could also be partnering with local cities and towns and municipalities to think about ways for planning. Are there different routes or stops that we can look at, either at low-income housing developments or stopping at clusters of charter schools? Is there a way for charters and districts to be able to come together and plan and do that? And so these are really an opportunity for schools to think innovatively and find more access points for kids to access the school, the public school of their choice, as well as finding safer, more reliable transportation options for kids. One of the pieces that would like to talk with you all about is something that doesn't actually affect you in terms legislatively. However, the open enrollment reform conversation, charters continually got brought up in the conversation. And so for those of you that haven't been on the board for very long, just a brief history, school district open enrollment has existed in Arizona for over 40 years. In 1994, the Arizona legislature prohibited the charging of tuition for open enrollment students. That means that school districts couldn't charge students who are outside of their attendance boundaries or the district tuition to come into the school. And that was also the same special session when charter schools were created. And so through that time, open enrollment has really benefited many Arizona families. There was a study around 2016, 2017 that talked about in Maricopa County that nearly 1 in 2 students don't attend the school for which they're zoned for. And so what we wanted to do is really make sure that open enrollment and enrollment practices really were available to all families and students in Arizona. We want to make sure that they're equitable, transparent, and easy to navigate, regardless of which public school you're trying to attend, both charter and district. For those that may not remember, in December of 2017, the ACLU of Arizona released its Schools Choosing Students report that solely focused on charter school enrollment practices. Over the next 3 to 4 years, the State Board for Charter Schools really took decisive action on compliance and enforcement with already existing law on enrollment practices. The great work of the Charter Board really informed a lot of our conversations through this process, as well as the discussions we were having with different stakeholders. Although this open enrollment statute and bill only applies to school districts, charter schools in Arizona are schools of choice and operate as 100% open enrollment schools. And so you'll notice we really discussed different pieces of parity associated between the statutes when we talk about enrollment practices. Right here is just a little bit of a side-by-side on enrollment practices. Should the bill get passed by the changes get passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. This portion is wrapped up into the K-12 budget reconciliation bill that's currently pending in the legislature. One of the things that we wanted to do was to really create a transparent, equitable process. So the first thing that you'll notice is currently right now charters have a wait list and a lottery. School districts do not. There's no requirement for them to use an equitable selection process. So, they could do first come, first serve or myriad of other screening processes. This bill would create that similarity on the district side with the charter side with regards to if more students apply than there are seats available, they would have to have a wait list and use an equitable selection process like a lottery. The bill also contains a parent complaint process similar to what the charter board has right now. The bill allows parents to file a complaint or look for some additional support. Both statutes contain an anti-discrimination language piece. One of the pieces that's in the charter statute is it lists out a variety of different protected classes that admissions can't be limited on, and that includes sex, income level, ethnicity or race, national origin, English language proficiency, and athletic ability. So both of those statutes will look similar there. The lottery language is almost identical as well. And as part of the bill, we also wanted to increase data reporting on student mobility. How are we understanding how students are moving from school district to charter school to charter school, as well as from school district to school district for those open enrollment students to really better understand what's happening with student mobility. Some of the differences that will still be there. One of the things that we wanted to create parity on and working with stakeholders, we decided to leave that off for an interim discussion is charters have to attest to what we've dubbed as blind admissions. And so charter schools can't require or limit admissions based on a student with special needs or requiring an IEP, an individual education program, prior to admitting a student. It's really the information of your age, your name, residency, basic information. Under these legislative changes, we weren't able to get a statutory blind admissions process in there, but it is something that we talked with some school district stakeholders about continuing that process ongoing. One of the other things that we felt was important from a transparency and equity part is parents being able to navigate their options. School districts will have a more robust requirement on transparency and posting with regards to whether or not they are accepting open enrollment students and what grade levels, as well as the overall capacity of schools. We have committed to wanting to continue that conversation with the charter board, as well as with the various stakeholders that we worked with on the bill. One of the things that I've listed as a difference, but is a similarity to a respect is the State Board of Education is required under the bill to adopt guidance, rules, policies, and procedures for open enrollment practices at the school district level, similar to what the charter board has done for your charter portfolio with the robust guidance and site that they developed, which was very helpful in understanding some of the federal laws associated with enrollment practice to state laws, and really lays out a robust guidance. And so we are looking forward to that discussion as well. I do want to say, as we continue to have these conversations about enrollment practices, both at school districts and as well as charter schools, really want to say thank you to the charter board staff. We were really able to show how holding charter schools accountable and in compliance with the law is happening. The charter board staff was extremely helpful in showing us where these assurances and attestations were, as well as being able to navigate the robust guidance that is out there, FAQs, citing the law where it is, opinions from US Ed. It was very helpful in being able to understand this conversation when we're talking about enrollment practices being just a broad policy across both all systems of public schools in Arizona. Although we came to a modified agreement that you see in the K-12 Education Board, we committed to working with stakeholders across the board, including the charter board, on additional reforms we want to see across both sectors of making sure that enrollment practices are transparent, equitable, and easily digestible for all parents and students who are looking to choose a public school in Arizona. So I appreciate your indulgence and a brief update on what's going on at the legislature, as well as what we've been working on in the open enrollment space. And so please don't hesitate to ever reach out with any questions you might have. Always happy to. And I know I've taken your break, and so happy to answer any brief questions that you might have as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Board members, are there any questions? No, I think Matthew, you did a great job. Thank you so much. That's tough to summarize, and it's tough to do that before, like you kind of said, any final decisions have been made. So you did that really well. So appreciate your time coming here, and just thank you so much for that presentation. I'll give one more chance if board members have any questions. Sometimes it takes a second to unmute yourself. Okay. You're off the hook, Matthew. Thank you again for being here. All right. Okay, then we are going to go ahead, and I believe this is our last agenda item. So thank you guys for sticking with us today. All right, item H, legislation and communication. So we have discussion regarding the 2021 legislative session and future legislative priorities. And I believe, Ashley, are you going to go ahead and take over on this one?
I'm actually going to hand it over to Serena to start us off.
Of course, that makes sense. Okay, Serena, you're up.
Thank you.
Right, so Dan is actually going to be sharing my presentation from his screen. So when that's up, we can go ahead and get started. So obviously Matt just gave such a good recap in air quotes, right, since things might still be changing, of the current legislative session. And so for this discussion, I'm just going to give a little bit of a background on what the board has done so far, and then moving forward, what we would like to see both legislatively and communications wise. Oh, thanks, Dan. Okay, so next slide. So a little bit of background. I was brought on the board or on staff for the board of almost 3 years ago now, 3 years ago, or 3 years in August, to work on policy and legislative tracking. So keeping track of all the bills introduced and that move through legislative session that would impact not only our charters, but also our board. And so there's a few different buckets that falls in. Agency laws that get passed, education bills, and then also in some cases when it impacts our charters on the nonprofit side too, because we know that we have a majority of those. So last year we established as a staff, and which was approved by the board, the compliance statement of assurance. And so that was a document that we put together with almost all of the legislative requirements for compliance that we could compile for our charters, keeping them all in one place, so that our charters had a better idea of exactly what we were looking for, exactly what they needed to stay in compliance. It was, I would have to say, a huge success. We have had so much good feedback from our charters about the compliance statement, and it helped on two sides. One, it helped them stay into compliance, but on the other side for staff, because we do not have a large enough staff or the resources to do annual visits to all of our charters, it is a compliance check that we can point to for our charters in the absence of a visit. So first year, second year, fifth year. So these years in between, we can still have their submitted compliance statement of assurance that says you checked off all these boxes that said you were in compliance with all of these statutes. And so we are updating that currently. As soon as session ends, we can update it in full to make sure that we've got all of the new mandates and all of the new changes on the compliance statement. It will get sent out with the ESP form as well. So it'll be kind of a little packet of compliance paperwork for our charters. And last year we had 100% submission. All of our charters submitted. Honestly, we barely even had to follow up. There was a very small amount of charters that we even had to follow up with. So this last legislative session, we, Ashley and myself, worked very hard to get our board's budget bill passed. So that was a separate bill. It was featured in the governor's budget, but it was a separate bill to allot money for a new website, an IT overhaul that is much needed for the board. It puts us in a better position with transparency and with access for the public and all of that. So we were able to get that bill through both through the Senate, and then it ultimately got held up in the House as part of the budget discussions. And so it is in the budget that is being discussed right now, about $600,000. And then there's an ongoing bill that we will need to put, or I'm sorry, an ongoing appropriation that will be part of our budget request for next year to maintain the new IT system. All right, next slide. Okay, so speaking of next year's budget request, there's going to be a lot in it for the board. So as I mentioned, there will be the request for the ongoing funding for the IT platform. Since we had initially requested that for this session as well, but started with a one-time allotment for the initial website, and then this will be included in our ongoing request. And then just a little bit of background really quickly on the budget process. So the board is fully funded through state money, the general appropriations. So the agency must submit a budget request every year for the money it wants to receive for the following year. In that budget, the agency must include requests for additional monies to support the agency's efforts and responsibilities. So last year, sorry, I'm skipping over my notes because I'm so excited about the budget with the IT platform. In addition to the request for the IT platform ongoing funding, we also will be requesting money to support our current positions, as well as an increase in positions to support the board's site visit ability, improve communications, and hopefully improve our accountability measures. And Ashley, if you wanted to go through the budget basic or request for this next year, that would be great.
Yep, happy to do so. So just to add to what Serena started talking about, in addition to the IT platform, what I do anticipate and what along with Serena's including in the budget request that will go to you for your consideration before we submit it. But what we do plan on including in that request is additional monies and FTEs for staff. And what that would be is additional money to support our existing staff because they have taken on so much more responsibility over the last couple of years, and really just to make sure that we can continue to grow our staff, continue to take on more responsibilities, and really do the good work that we know that we need to do for our charter portfolio, and making sure that our portfolio continues to improve and that we hold our schools accountable and continue to raise the bar. In addition to that, support for our own staff, we would be looking for additional FTEs and monies to support those FTEs. As we continue to go out and do more visits, we see the need to do that even more. We know that it is very important for us to continue to enhance our support, but also enhance the information and guidance that we're giving to our schools so that we can get ahead of the accountability issues. But that takes staff. Our office is significantly smaller than the other authorizers that have more than 100 charters. There's only 9 authorizers that have more than 100 charters within the entire nation. And we are very small compared to those other offices. So looking to this, get more staff to, again, support the advancement of our processes and holding schools accountable. We will, for that report, for that request, we will do a full report and analysis on what the actual projects and responsibilities will be for the additional staff. We will look at a comparison of other authorizers and how many staff they have and what they currently do. And then we will work to put a reasonable proposal in front of the governor's office and the legislature for those additional staff and monies for our existing staff. And feel free to stop me if you guys have any questions on these specific budget requests. I'm happy to answer any questions as to where we're at.
Board members, any questions?
So as of right now, that was 2 budget requests. That would be one for the ongoing monies for our IT platform, and then money for our existing staff, and also additional money for new FTEs and money to support those FTEs.
Ashley, is our budget to redo the website was approved. Is that correct? Or it needs to be approved still?
Yep, that's correct. So we did receive money for this first year of implementation. So what that would entail is us going out for bid and choosing a vendor to either build us the platform, or if it's a one-stop shop and they already have it built, then we could utilize that. But we do not know how much that contract is going to be year over year. So the typical process is that we would receive money to enter into a contract for year 1, and then based on that contract, and we have to go through ADOA and JLBC and a whole lot of bureaucratic processes in order to approve a contract. But once we do and we understand and know what the year-over-year cost would be, then we would go and we would include that in our budget request, with the understanding that the legislature and the governor's office knows that we're coming back with that request and that it is expected that it would be funded year over year.
Okay, great. And so where, I know that this is separate, but where, can you update the board of kind of where we're at in that process? Because I thought that we went out to bid.
We had to go out for bid to do the initial evaluation of our existing platform. We went out to bid for that evaluation and ultimately chose MSS to help us do an evaluation of the gaps as to what we need in the system and what our system currently provides. And ultimately, MSS helped us to put that budget request together to submit to the legislature. So as of right now, the money is included in the budget that is being voted on right now in the House and the Senate. So we do anticipate that money to ultimately be there at the end of this legislative session, but unfortunately the legislative session is still continuing and they have not signed yet. Once they do complete their legislative session and we have confirmation that that $600,000 roughly is in the budget, then we will go out for bid or go through another legal process within ADOA to determine who this service provider will be.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Board members, are there any questions about any of this?
I do have 2 other items that I want to just briefly go through on the budget request and get some feedback on. One of the other items that I do anticipate including in the budget request is an additional money potentially to move the ASBCS offices. During COVID, we worked completely remotely. We had 1 or maybe 2 employees in the office at a time. But other than that, staff worked 100% remotely for the most part. And they were very efficient. We got a lot done. I venture to say that our staff was highly efficient before COVID, and working from home, we got so much more done than I could have ever imagined. Knowing that and knowing the benefits that staff has seen, being able to work from home, being able to have a more time for their family, having less of a commute, because most of our staff is quite a far distance from the office. We I would like to move our offices so that we could potentially reduce our footprint, but also have been in discussion with the State Board of Education about potentially moving our offices over to the Executive Tower to allow us to share office space with the State Board of Education and have more collaboration with them. So that would be with the Deputy Director Ketcher Baden that you heard from earlier today, and Alicia Williams and their team. On the third floor, if you haven't been there, the Executive Tower has a large meeting room right when you come off of the elevators. That meeting room would be utilized for our board meetings, and we could use it for trainings and other activities for board members and for board staff. We would share that as we do currently with the State Board of Education. They would be able to have their meetings there as well. And then we would have our two separate offices. ASBCS would be on one side and SBE would be on the other, but it really would be one, it'd be a reduction of footprint, but also would be a way for us to better collaborate. We are working with ADOA to go through their process as they are doing a statewide office reduction project due to COVID and realizing some of the efficiencies from working from home. And through that, their internal process is that if we are to be approved for this move, that it is somewhat of I would say a done deal, that if there is additional costs to move the office, or if your rent goes up year over year, that would be included in the next year's general appropriation to the agency. But we would need to include it in our budget request if that were the case. If any of you have seen our offices and can compare it to the Executive Tower, it would be a huge upgrade with clean bathrooms. So it's always a good thing.
I can attest to that.
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes,
Ashley,
Mr.
just
Swanson.
a comment on that. In this whole post-COVID, what to do about work is probably the most vexing problem I've ever dealt with in my career because of so many different thoughts. And I would just, I don't know what the timing would be on this, but like you, our administrative staff that could work from home worked fabulously over that last year. My concern is we were good, but were we getting better? And that is my, what do you lose from collaboration and innovation and culture and all those kinds of things? So I just want to make sure that those are, they are front of mind for you, and how you deal with that, because you will have some turnover, and then how do you onboard people and get them on effectively and get them to be part of the team? And just want to make sure you're thinking about that.
Presently, Member Swanson, you're absolutely correct that has to be at the forefront as we transition, and it has been. We actually have hired, I want to say, 4 or 5 new employees throughout this past year, and we have had transition just naturally. And I do believe we've done a good job in maintaining the relationships. We do coffee times and staff meetings, and gosh, Rachel's team does a ton of training. They're getting together all the time. They have Google chats that are going on, and Joanna meets with her team for coffee. And so I think we're doing a lot to make sure that those relationships are staying and that there is collaboration. And now, I should be clear, I'm not anticipating us to stay virtual for 100% of the time. We are going back into the office, and we have started going back into the office and increasing that collaboration. I think the reality of our situation and the true nature of Rachel's team, which is the biggest team on our staff, is that they're going to be at the schools. In any given year, their staff is going to be traveling. They're going to be down in Yuma visiting schools and popping in. And so in any given day, we could have the majority of our staff out visiting schools anyway. And so just being able to have a space that's really conducive to that. and not wasting space. So I would say more meeting rooms, more opportunity for trainings, really just more space for staff to come and work together, as opposed to just individual working spaces.
Fair enough.
And presently, and members, as we move forward in that process, we'll make sure to keep you updated as to what that will entail. But I think that the move is intended to enhance collaboration, not only with the other education agencies, but also with our own individual staff. Okay. The last request that I do anticipate talking through with you today is increasing staffing for additional support for legal support and financial reviews. For legal support, this is the easiest one. Vicky is truly incredible, but we overwork her. We do not pay for her entire salary, and we take up most of her time. So knowing where our board is headed, knowing that board staff really needs an attorney that we can go to on the day-to-day to ask about nuances in the law, making sure that we're able to provide guidance and support to schools as well. I would be asking to increase the funding that we have to pay for assistant attorney generals. And I would be, right now I'm spitballing it, we need to do a more thorough analysis, but my thought right now is that we would have at least 2 FTEs with the Attorney General's office that we would fully fund, that would fully support our board in its efforts moving forward. And again, that is with the idea that we're going to continue to put out more guidance, put out more trainings and support for our schools. And we need to make sure that as we do that, that the information that we are doing is fully compliant and that it has good legal standing. In addition to that, Andrea is truly incredible, but she is a one-man show at this point. And so looking to provide her some additional support, asking for really when we have the one-offs, when we have a complaint that comes in and quite frankly, we just don't have the resources or the ability to review the financials, to have a contractor or another entity come in and do those financial reviews. Really do an in-depth audit of those financials and see if there is concern, see if the board has issue with what is going on financially from a legal perspective. But as of right now, when we receive these complaints, the board is really handicapped. We are not able to do necessarily a full review timely, and it takes quite a while. With this, we've thought through potentially going out for a contract or the Auditor General's office to have them do the audits. The Auditor General's office currently right now does audits of district schools, but they do not do any review of charter schools. It is in law that the Auditor General's office provides the board support. However, as of right now, the Auditor General's office provides Andrea with information, but other than that, does not do any review or provide the board any additional information besides just the technicalities when Andrea has questions. So I would like to bring in additional review for the financials when we have concern.
Hey, Ashley, do you know how much all of that would cost? Do we have some sort of idea what those costs are? Is there some other agency that you're looking at that they do this and they have something that we can model?
Yes, so as of right now for the legal support, I do have the amount that we would likely need to request, and that will shift as well as we go into the next fiscal year once I get more information from their I think it's their unit chief is the correct title, but I will be able to get an exact amount. I want to say it's going to be a couple $100,000 for the legal support. And then I would venture to guess that for the financial reviews, it'll be roughly the same. It's a couple $100,000.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley, are we required to use the Attorney General's office, or can we hire our own counsel?
No, we are required to use the Attorney General's office. If we do want to seek out independent counsel, we have to go through an approval process through.
Okay.
I think it's
And what about the financial analysis help?
So the
Would
financial
we-
review or financial analysis is really up to us. If we would like to contract out, we could use an auditing firm in the state of Arizona or elsewhere to do those reviews for us. Or if we would like to, we may go through the Auditor General's office, but that would have to be a decision that we do in collaboration with the Auditor General's office.
What about Andrea hiring a staff to do that for her?
Yep. So we are looking for additional staff for Andrea, but this is really more technical in nature. What we would be doing with Andrea is hiring someone that would be able to review the audits, review the financial responses, and do more of the day-to-day for Andrea so that she can really focus on more of the high-level policy as she has the historical context and all of the truly just the in-depth knowledge of how our charters are doing financially and how our systems work. So really this is just like those one-offs where we just don't have the resources or the means to do a more in-depth analysis.
Does Andrea think that the state auditor general has the chops to do this?
She does. Andrea, I know you were on, if you have any additional information, go ahead and provide it, but it's from my knowledge, the Auditor General's office does these reviews for districts and would have the ability to review charters as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Quite frankly, the reason why the Auditor General's office hasn't done it in the past is for political reasons that I believe happened in the late 90s and early 2000s. So we'll be working through those. Are there any other items that board members would like us to request or to include in the budget request? And keep in mind too that once we are through this legislative session, we will quickly start working on putting this budget request together, and it will go in front of you for consideration prior to us submitting in September.
Board members, any other comments or suggestions to add? Minus board member salaries, but that's fine. Just kidding.
Yeah, right. No.
Okay. Ashley, no, I really appreciate all of this. I think everything that you guys have mentioned is just really important. I think even moving the offices, I'm really excited about. I hope that goes through just for collaboration amongst departments. I think is going to be really great. You guys do that now, but it's so much easier when you just pop over and have those conversations. And anytime, I think you can let people work from home if that's what they want to do. It's a good way when we don't pay $100,000 a year for everyone's salary. If we can do it that way, I think it's really great. And I appreciate Member Swanson's comments about, the downside of that is that collaboration piece. And obviously you guys have kind of spent a year now kind of trying to perfect that and not lose the camaraderie that you had. Cause that's what's so special about your guys' team is I do feel like you guys are genuinely close and genuinely like each other, at least pretend to genuinely like each other in front of other people. So, so I would hate to, lose that piece. And, everything else you guys said about the increased staff, I think you guys need tenfold more staff. So getting it little by little, I think is a smart move. So, okay.
And I believe if there are no other comments regarding the budget, then I do believe Serena has more to discuss about the communications for the board.
Awesome.
Okay. You're on mute, Serena. Sorry.
That's still happening a year and a half later. I asked if you wanted to skip over this slide since we just talked about the budget and move on to communications, or.
No, I'm so sorry. I forgot about this slide.
Oh, that's okay.
Go for it.
Just making sure. Okay, so kind of in line with what Ashley just asked about the budget is, so this last budget bill that Ashley and I lobbied on behalf of for our board specifically, up until this point, the board has not been super involved in legislative session as far as lobbying on behalf of or against bills. Now, this was something we wanted to put up for discussion to you all, especially having 2 new board members with us. Is that something that our board members would like to get more involved in, such as introducing new bills or signing on for or against bills, et cetera? For a little bit of background, up to this point, we mainly just give information on the stakeholder side. So when there are stakeholder meetings with representatives or ADE, SBE, we're there to provide information about the charters, how certain bills might affect the board, but we don't do it typically publicly, as in at a committee meeting or on the system that you log in to say we're for this, we're against this, etc. So this is just a question posed to you all.
I wouldn't be opposed to being more involved in that process. I think that we are unique spokespeople for the charter school structure in Arizona, not particular charter schools in general, but charter schools as a concept. And I think that as many voices as we can have down at the legislature appropriately discussing legislation will benefit the charter system.
This is Board Member Wood. I actually am not opposed to it either. I think that our voice needs to be heard on certain things. And I'm sure you all would, someone would give us guidance on when we needed to speak and where they needed our voice. But I am open to serving in that capacity if need be.
This is Member Rice. I 100% support the sentiments of Member Stratton and Member Wood. I actually did lobby on behalf of Arizona State Schools for the Deaf and Blind when I was with them, and continue to lobby on behalf of the Engineering Association that I represent. So this is actually a process that's kind of near and dear to my heart, and I do have some experience with all the ins and outs of it, because there's nothing ever simple about it. But I do 100% agree that we represent a unique voice and a unique perspective. And I think it would be very impactful that if we do have board members who are willing to testify and willing to sign in as opposed or in favor of certain bills, I think that would be a very powerful message and a great opportunity. And I'm more than happy to assist in any way that I can as a board member with experience in this.
President Lee, Ashley, Serena, the way this slide is written, it's written a little bit differently than I think we've been talking. Is there things that the staff would want us to see to actually introduce legislation of things that we need to be working that through and finding people to carry those bills?
I think there have been some legislative ideas kind of tossed around over the last couple of years. So you're right, there are kind of 2 ways to interpret this. As far as board members actually seeing bills run and wanting to sign in for or against them, that process I know would be a little more in depth if it will be representative of the board. So the State Board of Education has a legislative committee within their board that handles those kinds of things. Ketcher is the one who is the liaison for that. On the other side, as far as actually introducing legislation or something like that, that was kind of part of the question too. If there's any kind of legislation you guys feel passionate about that you might want to see run, or even taken away too. You know, I know that there are a number of charter proponents, public school proponents in general, that don't like unfunded mandates that are in the law or things like that. So this was more of kind of a general question. If I know that Board Member Stratton, during your appointment hearing, you had mentioned maybe financial statutes. So that was kind of just the general question. And we don't have to have ideas fleshed out today or anything like that, more of feeling out the interest.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. And I like the idea of maybe formalizing it a little more and having a legislative committee of the board that would look to work on those issues. I think it would help all of us to stay more focused on it and provide a structure instead of just having board members kind of going one off on things. I would propose that we consider the establishment of a legislative committee that would do those sorts of things. I would be willing to serve on that committee personally as well.
Serena, this is Kathy. The other piece to that structure that I have seen work well since I serve on the state board and I serve on the Board of Regents, I get to see how it's working in different board environments. And I do appreciate that in those boards, having an opportunity as a board to vote on whether or not we support or oppose legislation before anyone on behalf of the board is lobbying for any particular issue, just to make sure that even if there is a legislative committee, that then the board as a whole has an opportunity to discuss and vote.
Mrs. Carol Crockett, I wholeheartedly agree with the superintendent on this. I think it's such a great concept. I am worried a little bit about the neutrality of our board, of our commission, and whether we would be wading into waters that we really don't know. Something to think about. I don't know why I feel so concerned about it, but I do think we have to approach this very cautiously.
Yeah, Mary Ellen, I actually echo Dr. Crockett's sentiment. To me, this slide, I guess I thought, we were talking about, is there stuff that we would like to talk about, like changing board structure, right? I think there's things that we've come up to talk about that we would like, that we know that we would have to change using the legislature to do that. But as far as putting formal votes and lobbying, it makes me really nervous for the exact reasons Dr. Crockett said. I think, I don't know. I just get nervous about us losing our neutrality on certain things. Obviously, what Superintendent Hoffman suggested, I think, is very wise, that if we go this route, that the board gets to kind of vote as a whole, or even vote on what happens. I just want to be careful we're not jumping into waters we don't really want to be in without knowing, it sounds good. And it sounds like, of course, we should be lobbying for school and for choice and for this and for that. But what I found in politics is it's just not always that clean. It's just not always that easy. So I just would want to be really careful with kind of opening up this realm. So.
Sure, and I agree with everything that's been said, and I think that's why I was proposing a more formal committee structure, and certainly any recommendation of the committee I would think should go before the full board, like all of our other actions do.
President Lee, I totally hear you, and I think that to be clear, I think the approach with this question, just in general, kind of like you said, like board structure. Let's say the board thinks that there needs to be another charter operator on the board. That's in statute, so that would be something that would have to get involved legislatively related to. Our board has always maintained its regulatory status and not an advocacy status. So, as much as we do try to support our own portfolio, I think that would still be kind of the approach getting involved in any kind of legislation is we're looking at it from a regulatory board approach rather than saying, you know, we're here to advocate for our charters for this or that. You know, that's the association's whole deal. So no, I appreciate that point being said as well.
Yeah, so I think one thing to talk about, and I don't know if Matt Mason is still on the call or not, but I know something that we've toyed with or brought up is having boards with a majority of related parties and potentially putting into statute where that no longer can happen. I know that's something that's been a topic for us and something that I feel like we're trying to put into practice or want to put into practice, but we really need that to go to statute. So, you know, I think that's on the forefront. I don't know that we need, if we talk about it now or later, but I think that that's something that, you know, we want to look into.
And presently, I think what we could do is if there are any other suggestions along with that one, what board staff can do is if we can formalize a subcommittee, we can work with the subcommittee through that process, come up with legislation that ultimately then can go to the full board for your approval before we introduce the legislation.
That would be great. Yeah, I'd love to set up a subcommittee for that. Can we, I'm assuming I don't need to motion that during this process. Okay, perfect. We can do that. And would it be appropriate, Ashley, just to direct board members to reach out to you individually if they'd be interested in being on that subcommittee? Is that okay? Or do we want to do that in a different session?
If board members want to reach out with any interest that you may have about being involved with the legislative process, and please feel free to reach out to Serena and I.
Perfect. Great.
Board members, at this time, are there any other pieces of legislation or provisions that you would like changed in the law or added to the law that you think that it would help the board in its regulatory function? If you don't have any ideas right now, feel free to email Serena or I, or give us a call and we can talk through some potential changes as well in the future.
Great.
Well, Dan, if you want to do or send it off to the last slide. And finally, the communications plan that was brought before the board and presented in 2020, end of 2019, 2020. It was the first communication strategy and plan that had been put together for our board since its inception. And so a little summary of the plan, it included social media content strategies, writing of op-eds, building relationships with local education reporters, and then continuing our monthly newsletter. So our monthly newsletter has now been consistently going out every month for a couple of years. And before that, it wasn't monthly, but we still had an established newsletter. So right now we're at almost 870 subscribers, I believe. So that has grown exponentially over the last 2 years. And we have built in the subscription or the sign up into our website. It's on our social media. It's in every single one of our newsletters and communications that goes out. This past, I want to say 2 months ago, maybe, we had our first successful op-ed published from member Swanson, and we got a lot of good feedback on that as well. Our social media pages have gotten a lot more attention as well. And Rachel's team, the A team, have been putting together compliance related content to be put out each week. So that's been really helpful for our charters as well. And then we also send out communications as needed. So anytime we get information compiled from ADE, other stakeholders, deadlines coming up for our board, we'll send those out in the interim between monthly newsletters as well to make sure that our charters are kind of up to date as much as possible. I just wanted to run through that little summary and then see if there are any other types of content you'd like to see, any interest in, writing another op-ed or certain information that you would like highlighted. feel free to throw out any ideas.
Sure.
Or
I have a
with how it's
question.
going.
I have a question first before ideas. How much of a budget do we have for marketing and communications currently?
It's a very small budget. So I would say half of Serena's responsibilities, or maybe even like 25%, I would say, probably go to communications.
Okay.
And then we do have David Leibowitz on contract that really helps Serena just on those one-off issues that we just need some additional support or guidance on. But it is very minimal at this time.
Okay. So first of all, I would just like to commend Member Swanson and his great op-ed piece. That was fantastic. And I would like to see more of that coming out of the board personally. I think that we have a good story to tell. There's a lot of misinformation and flat out lies out there about the charter system and what it is and isn't. And I think that we need to be more proactive getting kind of the good story out for why it's beneficial to Arizona. So I would support efforts to increase that marketing budget to the extent that we need to. You know, it's probably, given the fact that we have such a small budget and we haven't been doing a ton, although the newsletter is great and social media is great, we need to be pushing that message out there. Ideally, right, we could do some radio and TV spots, PSAs about Arizona charter schools. But I'm not sure if our budget would support that right now, but I would support doing those types of things. So that's my 2 cents.
Just remember not to read the comments after you write one of those things. People are mean.
Yes, I've noticed from my personal Twitter account over this weekend, and I just try to ignore the mean comments and not respond and get caught into a Twitter battle. But you're right. You're right. There are a lot of haters out there.
So this is Carol Crockett. My question is for Ashley. Ashley, is there a reason, has the Charter School Board ever published its budget, I mean, to members of the commission?
No, we have not.
Is that something that you would find good? I know I'd like to see the budget when it's done, but I don't know if that's protocol or not.
Typically what you see is the budget request, and that budget request is actually public on our website and is required for us to submit it to ADOA along with JLBC, Governor's Office, and OSPB, which OSPB is the Governor's Budgeting Office. That does a full analysis of where we spent our money at a high level. And I can provide that information to you all in their interim. I can make sure you guys are all provided that link. What level of detail would you like? Because as of right now, it is pretty high level. It goes into, like I'm thinking right now, we have contracted services, right? So that would include a whole slew of folks that would be in that contracted services. So we contract for services for communication, additional support with this IT platform transition. We've contracted for financial support for Andrea, also for the education program managers. So I think if we want to go into more detail than just high level coding items, then I would likely need to do that in a different format than is currently already available.
In other words, for contracted services, there's a set amount, but no line items under that.
Correct. Yep.
So I think it would be, I'm sorry, I haven't looked at that, but I would like to see it. And
okay.
I don't know if anybody else feels the same way, if there's any more detail that they would want.
And if there is an additional request for more detail than what's already provided publicly, then I can work with individual members to make sure that they are provided that information. I just would need to pull it from ADOA and our central budgeting office.
And so are your budget requests usually filled completely, or do you come back, or do they come back? Do you negotiate that, or?
It depends. In the past, they have been approved and supported by the legislature and the governor's office. But it usually is not easy, and we do have to make a solid and valid case, which I think our board and board staff does a really good job at. I often get the comment from OSBB and JLBC staffers that our budget requests have a considerable amount of data and research put behind the request, and we often don't get many questions because of that. But it is up in the air as to whether they would be approved or not.
And I think you've always been very forthcoming with this is what we're asking for and so forth, but I thought it would be nice to actually see the budget. So I'll look if it's posted.
I can go ahead and provide all the board members those postings.
This is Rachel. I'm not sure I'm supposed to ask anymore for permission to talk. So assuming no one's saying no, I was just gonna say, I think in light of some of the conversations we've had today with online schools, accountability question marks in a bunch of different places, I think the opportunity for joint op-eds with other departments or just other concerned folks who have a vested interest in being part of that conversation will be helpful, so that all the stones aren't thrown just our way, that it can be a collective conversation. So obviously, I mean, it's really helpful that Superintendent Hoffman sits on so many other education boards. And so that's a nice way to think about some connectivity there. But I think there's the business community and, just our partners in our school systems that could really be another voice to start to team up to say, not only is it a board that wants accountability or a board that wants a clear, transparent system, but it's the collective community at large. So I think that's a great opportunity. And that's also just a way for us to, I think, spread out some of the onus of the work that has to be done.
Well, thank you all. If you do have any other ideas that pop up, suggestions, feel free to reach out to me or Ashley. I'm always ready to listen and talk those things through. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. And for board members, right now I'm going to include in the chat, this is a public link for everyone, but this does include the most recent budget requests that the board did review, but also includes all that budget and financial information that was submitted to OSPB, JLBC, and the legislature. This is just from our website, so you can all have it. And then feel free to let me know if you would like more data or details behind those financials, and I'm happy to do that.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. All right, board members, any, I don't think there is, but just in case, are there any questions or comments before we do our very last item? Okay, then with that, we are on item I, summary of current events, future meeting dates, and items for future agendas.
Board members, at this time, the next regular board meeting will be in August. I believe it's August 12th. Let me just double check that date for you. August 9th. I'm sorry, it'll be August 9th. And, but however, with that said, I do anticipate the final decision from the administrative law judge to be submitted to the board by the end of June, and that would be with regard to Pinnacle Education Keno's revocation. Once we do receive that decision by the ALJ, the board is required to accept, reject, or modify that decision. So we will likely need to have another special board meeting. I will try my hardest to get with each of you with a lot of time in advance, or as much time in advance before that special board meeting, so that and so that we can schedule it appropriately. With that special board meeting, it likely will not take long. We may have a few other items also on that agenda to consider that just need to be considered before the August board meeting. But expect a special board meeting in late June.
Okay.
And it will be virtual.
Awesome. All right, Ashley, board staff, just everybody who participated and presented. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I was super bummed when we weren't doing this in person just to see people, but this really was super informative, super helpful, and just a really great retreat. So thank you, Ashley, just for being the point and getting this all together. Board members, thank you for staying on with us this whole time. I know it can be a long day meeting virtually, especially. So thank you everyone for just being on and just the conversation. It's really appreciated. So with that, we are adjourned.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you. Have a great week, everyone.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you so much.